des journalistes qui se sont fait arrêter dans ce pays.
Ah ouais? Qu'est-ce qu'ils ont fait?
Leur métier, semble-t-il. Ils ont eu la malchance d'écrire des articles qui n'ont pas vraiment plu au gouvernement.
Tu sais, ce genre de truc, ça arrive tout le temps. Tiens, regarde.
Getting my camera to turn on.
Is Amanda? Okay.
Yeah, this is Amanda.
Amanda, if it doesn't work, it's okay. Make it work, but we do see you on occasion.
Oh, do you? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, I see Judge Kaitlyn.
Yay!
All right, Amanda, I'm going to manually turn your camera off and request that it be turned on. We'll see what happens.
Thank you.
And we are
Here now.
streaming on YouTube.
Yep, just
Oh, I can't do that until I get my power back. Sorry.
Right, I see Amanda right now.
Oh, you can? Perfect.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
who,
Wearing some groovy headphones.
who
Yes.
shall I make the, who shall I make the host?
It's gonna be Tim Scheffler.
Okay.
He's our parlay today.
And then Tim, after Adam hands that back to you, please make me co-host. Okay, I see a lot of observers in here. You're going to get a bunch of these announcements, but we are not having any observers in the actual Zoom room in order to make this as seamless for the competitors and the judges as possible. If you do not remove yourself in about 2 minutes, I am going to go in and forcibly remove people. Which sounds a lot like a bouncer.
I was just thinking that.
The Brady
So-
Bunch screen is only going to work if we have 25.
Right.
So
Kate, if you could turn on your video just so that we know it works. We've said to everybody that we want the kids to at least be able to see the judge's facial expression.
Hiya. Should I leave it on, or is it just a test?
No, it would be great if you could leave it on for the duration.
Okay. Yeah, sure.
So since all the judges are here, Kevin, do you mind if I go through the judge announcements?
yeah, I think we've got judges and we've got everybody but Emily, but I'm pretty sure Emily knows what this deal is.
Right. So for the most part, while I do these so we limit feedback, I'm just going to say everybody make sure that you have your information on mute. I'm the person with the feedback, unfortunately. So we already discovered that the other day. So we'll try to solve it, but if everybody else is muted, we should be okay. All right, so some basic things this morning. First, thank you for joining us. Super excited that you all are a part of this. We have an amazing judge panel. We are going to ask that you do a very brief introduction to the kids. And what I mean by very brief is I would like you to be able to tell them who you are, even though they can probably read that, all right? To what state you're representing, because the state paneling is pretty well balanced. And just the third thing would be more about, maybe the one thing you're looking for. We've had a lot of judges who are giving like 20-minute dissertations. These kids are amazing. There's 9 of you on the panel. There's no way they're probably going to be able to win all 9 of you over. So just maybe some, hey, I actually know Congress would be helpful to them and make them feel a little bit better. I mean, we've got all sorts of interesting, diverse people here and from all over the world at this point. So a couple of things we're going to go over this morning. Number one, remember that these speeches happen to be 4-minute speeches, and every student is capped to 2 speeches. At the point that students have all given 2 speeches, the round is over. Students do not need to speak equally on every piece of legislation. I know most of the judges on this panel and know that they get bored really quickly with bad debate. So if you feel like you need to move on, they are not going to judge you based on which bill you spoke on as much as the quality of the argument that you put forth on what you did choose to speak on. So there are 3 bills in this round. If you get to all 3, we actually will be more happy than if every single one of you spoke on the same 2. So just kind of keep that in mind as you move forward. Additional things that you may want to know is that judges, you're going to have 2 separate ballots today. We have a separate presiding officer pool. Each of those presiding officers is going to get 8 speeches, and then they will split. Or switch rather. Mr. Burlat is going to help facilitate the pulling of the order of those presiding officers because it's basically done at random. And you'll go from there. At the end of the round, you'll choose your best presiding officers by ranking them 1, 2, and 3, 1 being the top person that you prefer. Then when it comes to the rest of the round for everybody, we're going to have the judges ranking. I believe, Kevin, we rank the top 6. Is that correct? Mr. Burlat, we're so used to tag teaming.
Top 8.
Top 8. And then Tim, who is the parliamentarian, will rank the entire room. Okay. What else do I want to say? Beyond that, there will always be a tab member in the room if there is an issue. Mr. Scheffler, who is the parliamentarian, you can shoot all questions to him. But there are a last couple of things in my very last tournament ever that I do want to sort of make note of. We've been doing really big work on diversity, equity, and inclusion. And I want to make sure that we remember some basic things as we go through today. Remember that accents don't equal intelligence. You all are from all different parts of the country. You don't get special intelligence from being from a particular state, okay? Number 2, remember that gender is fluid. We are only evaluating things based on arguments today. If you have preferred pronouns you want people to use, I'd encourage you to mention that the first time you speak. And while we won't be perfect with it, hopefully we can do something about it as we go through the round and at least recognize it. Number 3, we know that the color of your skin doesn't equal your socioeconomic background or your ability to make a good argument. So we're going to hopefully disregard that with regard to the round today too. And most importantly, I think with all of you is that this round is touching on some incredibly sensitive issues today. We're hoping that everybody handles the sensitivity of those issues with respect and understanding that you can have different points of view and still value the nature of a human being. We are learning that in spades as we come together to deal with coronavirus. Most importantly, I normally tell you all about that rebuttals are all about making sure that you pay attention to the arguments and that we attack arguments and not people, and that the whole purpose of questioning is not to fillet your opponent with like verbal assault, but to make sure that we get in a good intellectual debate. But the amazing thing is I've watched you all through the last 3 days and the level of decorum has just been fantastic. So I'm going to ask that you guys continue to show us the best of who you are. I'm super proud of every single one of you who's in this room, and I know we're going to have really meaningful debate on some really meaningful issues today. So before the tab team signs off, are there questions from the judges that we can answer for you?
I have a question.
Yes.
Are we supposed to start the PO like on tab room? Are we supposed to, when we hit start round, do we hit the start round for the PO finals one as well? Do we hit start round on both?
Kevin, you want to answer that question? About when to hit start?
I think if you just hit start round, hit start round on both so that then when the PO switches, you can go in and give the PO their points. You'll give the PO this 1 speech score essentially for each of the POs. So yeah, hit start round on both, and then I'm about to do the draw for presiding officers in terms of order. And once the first presiding officer switches, you can give them a score, and then rank at the
While
end.
Kevin is doing that, I'm going to start with our Parley. If you could introduce yourself to this group of amazing students, and then I'll work my way through the rest of the judges.
Hello all, my name's Tim Scheffler. I'm the head coach at James Madison Memorial and Madison West High School in Madison, Wisconsin. I've been doing this for a little over 25 years now. Congress was the first thing I ever competed in. For the most part, I figure that as a parliamentarian, I'm probably just sitting back because we have experienced POs at this point, so hopefully I don't have to do a lot. And in terms of what I'm looking for, I'm probably very much on the side of getting bored with repetitive debate. And I also do put a lot of premium on early speeches in terms of how well they set up the round. A strong authorship can go a really long way with me overall. But thanks for all being here. Glad that I'm part of this opportunity for you all.
All right, Amanda, would you go next for us, please?
Hi, everyone. I'm Amanda Sochinsky. I am from Minnesota. I am the assistant director of the speech and debate team at Edina, but I am also the Congress coach. I've been doing that for about 4 years as the Congress coach, but involved in speech and debate for 10 years at least. What I'm looking for, I also, an authorship speech goes a really long way with me. Also contextualizing things with the world we live in and things like that. So that's me.
Thank you. John, could you go next?
Sure will. Hi, I'm John Kersey. I'm the you're gonna laugh this. I'm the head coach and assistant Congress coach at Revere, Ohio. I've been coaching for 12 years. I had a life in public relations and journalism before that, and I actually worked in the United States Senate as a press secretary, helping my senator working on speeches. I've judged in Utah, Texas, New Jersey, Ohio. I've been around. What I'm looking for basically is a combination of what the first people said plus impact. Show me how significant the situation is that you're addressing with your speeches. Show me how people's lives will be affected if a bill is adopted or a bill isn't adopted. And that will make an impact on me.
Thanks, John. Nick, could you go next?
Hi, I'm Nick Montecalvo from Cypress Bay High School in Florida. This is my 8th year coaching for Cypress Bay. In terms of what I'm looking for, I've judged just about every event. I've been privileged to be on panels for some final rounds in Congress in particular. And I am looking for somebody who is moving the debate forward, and I'm looking for kind of an overall, package. I'm not looking for something specific, though I am looking at argumentation, I'm looking at rhetoric, etc.
Kate? Kate Farewell.
Hi, everyone. My name is Kate Farwell, and I am a student at Brown University. I am on the mock trial team, and in high school, I competed with Valley International Prep in California for all 4 years of high school, did a lot of Congress, a lot of other events too. In terms of what I'm looking for, I love polish, but I also really love natural, genuine presentation that comes across like you mean what you're saying and you care about it. And also meaningful interaction with other arguments in the round. So not just mentioning someone's point, but adding to it substantially or engaging with it in an interesting, unique way. Also, everything the other judges were talking about, I definitely value in the round as well. But yeah, that's my 2 cents.
Riecke?
Hello, everyone. I'm Riecke. I'm a current student at UT Austin and former debater from Plano West. So I'm from Texas. Apart from everything that all the judges have given in their paradigms, with the argumentation and content, obviously, I really value participation. I know it can be difficult in this format, but try your best to stay a participant throughout the round, whether that's through CX or whether that's through, spacing out your speeches. Be relevant, because I think I value that a lot. Good luck. Congrats on making it here, and let's have a great run.
And Ashley?
Hey everyone, I'm Ashley Murphy. I'm the head coach at Unionville High School. I've been involved in the speech and debate community either as a competitor or as a judge for the last 15 years or so. And I would say, in addition to everything that has already been mentioned, what I'm really looking for as a judge is responsive speeches that kind of move the debate forward, but are like really able to, again, not just say the names or like of people who have made points in the round, but actually like interact with those points as you're making your own.
Jason?
Hey everybody, my name is Jason Warren. I'm from Dallas, Texas. I currently work in education software, but prior to that, I was a coach at University of Texas at Austin, George Mason University, and the Parish Episcopal School of Dallas. Extemp is my primary passion, but Congress is my second primary passion, which I love it. So for authorships and constructives, I am looking for meaningful impact analysis, clear explanation as to how the bill would or would not be implemented. For those of you refuting, I'm looking for clash. I'm looking for weighing of arguments. And for our presiding officers, I'm looking for flow, I'm looking for fairness, and I'm looking for a little bit of fun. So good luck to all of you.
And last but not least, from the great country of Ireland, and I believe a former TOC champion, Katie Kaitlyn.
Hi, yeah, that's correct. I'm originally from New Jersey and I competed in high school with Ridge High School, but I attend school at Trinity College Dublin now, so hi from Ireland. What I'm looking for in terms of, quality of debate is a balance between quality of analysis, but then also genuineness of presentation. So things like, obviously matching your facial expression to what you say, great hand gestures, stuff like that go a long way towards convincing us why your analysis, which I'm sure is very high quality, is important in the round. And similarly to what I believe John was saying earlier, weigh your impacts for us. Tell us why the impact of your speech is more important than the impact of anyone else's, not just why it's true, but also why it's more relevant.
Thanks, Katie. So here's the great news. They basically have just told you that they all understand Congress. Every speech in the round is valuable and that you got to mix it up and have a great time today. So congratulations to all of you. And we're going to turn it over to Mr. Burlat to figure out the order of our parliamentarians. Presiding officers.
All right. In the hat, we've got 3 pieces of paper. In order, our first presiding officer will be Mr. Ontiru. Our second, Mr. Ranjan. And our third will be Mr. Fatmi. Okay. I think at least gatekeepers. So thank you everybody for having your judge and participant labels. And again, we are live streaming, so there shouldn't be any other observers in the room. Good luck and congratulations.
Before I sign off, Tim, if you need anything, just text me. So that way I'm not in the room and I'll just be watching via YouTube. Also, I believe that Ursula will be hanging out for a while in case there are any issues. All right. Great. Everybody have a great time. Good luck.
Real quick question for like the people in charge.
Yeah.
So as the POs on our screens, we have to like click second to see everyone. Is there a way to combat that at all, or do we just have to like figure it out, like figure out a way around it?
I think when once we've got just one member of tab in here, that'll be 25 with competitors, judges, and 1 tab member, and then that should get rid of second screen.
Yeah, and if that doesn't work, the recommendation I would have is no, you can't do it on both. Never mind. So Kevin and I are going to leave, and hopefully it'll work out. So we'll see. Okay. All right.
You'll notice that the judges are up top right now because they have been talking. As the judges don't talk, it should sort of naturally default to the participants towards the top.
All right, and any last questions I can answer for any competitor or judge before I exit the room? Great, good luck.
All right, with that, I probably don't have to do much because we do have a presiding officer selected already. So I will just let you take over and start with the general business of the chamber.
Thank you very much, Mr. Parliamentarian, and hello, Chamber. Congratulations on making it this far. At 11:57 a.m., I now call the session to order. My name is Senator Ontiru, O-N-T-E-E-R-U, your first session presiding officer. Just before we move into the works of debate, I'm going to go over my procedures that hopefully both Senators Ranjan and Fatmi will carry out throughout their tenures in the second and third sessions. First, on timing, as a reminder for everyone, speeches are 4 minutes. I recognize in the past 2 rounds that sometimes a small type font and lack of colors on timing cards are difficult, so I color coded mine. I'm going to give you a 3 minutes at 3 minutes completed, a 3 minutes and 30 seconds at 3 minutes and 30 seconds completed, a 3 minutes and 55 seconds completed, accompanied by please conclude. Your speech time is ending at this point. At 4 minutes, I will hold up 10 seconds and count you down until 4:10. At 4:10, I will issue a verbal stop. For judges, I recognize that there is some lag as we're all over the nation have different internet speeds, so please account if senders are 1 or 2 seconds off in those instances. Similarly, for direct questioning, I'm going to give you a red card, 10 seconds at 10 seconds remaining in your block. So each block is 30 seconds, 20 seconds in, you'll get this. At 5 seconds, I will give you 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. At that point, I will issue a verbal stop and cut you off and move on to the next speaker in order to increase the amount of time we have for the duration of the session. In addition to this, to maximize time within direct questioning, I call on the first speaker verbally. Then I use the chat function to recognize all of the other speakers based on precedence and recency. Therefore, I ask that you hold up your placard like this so I know that you want to ask a question. A few things on placard usage. First, when you're voting or you want to make a motion, just raise your placard. If you're seconding, raise your placard. If you want to make a point of personal privilege, a point of information, or a point of order, please put it in the chat so I can recognize you as soon as possible. In addition to that, as a reminder, as a first session presiding officer, I'll be going off precedence and recency. I keep precedence and recency for both questions and speeches, and I track it using 2 different methods. First, a spreadsheet, which all of you should have access to, and second, on paper. This is just to make sure that everyone has the same amount of time to ask questions and everyone knows where they are in recency. That was a lot of information. Are there any questions at all regarding my procedures? Seeing none, is there a motion? Senator Farage.
I move to open the floor for docket nominations.
So ordered. Is there another motion? Senator Mehta.
I move to propose docket A.
Do you move to open the floor for docket nominations?
My apologies.
Yes,
I thought Senator Farage had just done that.
I thought you opened the floor for debate.
Oh, all right. Yeah, I move to propose docket A, which consists of first, session final B, which consists of the income tax, and then the legislation regarding passports, and finally, the last legislation. Sorry if that was unclear. Did you want me to give you the letters, or is that okay?
Letters would be helpful for the judges.
All right, for sure. I will pull that up. So that will go in the order of B, C, A.
All right, thank you. Is there a motion? Is there any other competing nominations? Senator Cox.
I move to close the floor for docket nominations.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any opposed? Seeing none, this is our docket. The first legislation we will enter is Finals Bill B on the income tax. Do we have an authorship? No. A sponsorship? Senator Mehta.
I thank the chair. Hi, everyone. That's Senator Mehta, spelled M-E-H-T-A. Once again, M-E-H-T-A. If you all don't mind, could I use my phone to time myself as well? that all right with everyone? Great, thank you. Just setting that up.
As
All right.
presiding officer, I'm always ready. You don't need my recognition.
Great, thank you. Judges, any indication you're ready is awesome. Thank you, thank you. Great, that's everyone. What would my life have looked like a century ago? I wouldn't be standing in this very Congress. I likely wouldn't be speaking out about issues like taxation, gender rights, and more. And I definitely would not consider myself an independent person. But here I am, standing before all of you today. Times have changed, and it's time that we do too. It's because of this very societal shift I authored today's piece of legislation. It is imperative that every single one of you stand with me and pass today's bill. First, pass today's bill in order to dismantle a morally reprehensible patriarchal system of taxation. Now, this point requires a bit of a history lesson, so bear with me. Tonya Goff from the Northwestern Journal of Law and Social Policy finds in 2009 that the federal tax code was written to assume that men worked outside of the home and that women found economic security through their marriage to a male breadwinner. But the extent to which the government went to uphold this idea is staggering. After World War II, Congress wanted women to relinquish their jobs so those jobs could be filled by soldiers returning home, which was even justified by the author of the Joint Income Filing Plan, Stanley Surrey. Morally, I'd say that we've reached a point in our country wherein there is no sole breadwinner any longer, wherein we're moving towards an equal workplace. Historical reason makes no contextual sense to uphold this form of patriarchy. But historical precedent has uniquely created an unjust system of marital taxation, marriage penalties, which discourages equal earner relationships, reinforcing the woman's role at home. Sarah O'Brien from CNBC writes that the top federal tax rate of 37% kicks in for income above $500,000 for single filers. Yet for married couples, the rate gets applied to income only over $600,000, which isn't too much of a difference. A relationship in which a single breadwinner exists receives the most tax benefits, and that's an issue. But what are the impacts of this patriarchal system of taxation? It's a phenomenon known as secondary earner bias. Because women are on average paid less than men, in married relationships, they are driven away from the workplace in hopes of receiving a more suitable tax plan. This phenomenon is absolutely real and uniquely impacts women from the middle class who cannot receive welfare, but are not completely economic stable, so they must take such extreme measures. In fact, the American Economic Association finds in May of 2017 that when separate taxation proposed under this legislation is implemented, the model they use predicts that women's hours worked increase on average by 10.5%. When we pass today's bill, we shift our tax code along with the societal shift that has occurred over the last century. We treat equal earner relationships properly and encourage women to take up roles in the workforce. 100 years ago, I was boxed into being a complete dependent, but here I am today, and I am not alone. Recognize the progress my fellow women have made in breaking the shackles of our unjust system. Listen to us, fight for us, pass today's bill, but also pass my legislation because we protect victims of financial abuse. And this is true because they end up sharing liabilities with their spouses, even if they weren't aware of their spouse's fraud. Furthered by the regulatory review in 2014, IRS rules require married taxpayers seeking premium tax credits to file a joint tax return, preventing married taxpayers who file separate returns from claiming the credit. This creates an obstacle for married victims of domestic abuse. They must file jointly with an abusive spouse from whom they have separated or forego the premium tax credit they may need in order to be afforded necessities like healthcare. But when we pass today's legislation and reform this very system, we not only help these victims trapped in these unfair and scary, quite frankly, relationships, but we acknowledge the societal shift that has occurred over the last decade. Understand that if you want to stand for true progress, you'll pass my bill.
Thank you, Senator Maida, for that speech of 4 minutes and 10 seconds. We're now in line for 2 minutes of direct questioning. All those wishing to question, please raise your placards. Senator Jawar.
Hi, Senator. Is joint filing mandatory?
No, it's not.
Okay, so if it's harming these secondary earners so much, why don't they file separately?
So the issue is that, like, first of all, it requires a lot of financial literacy to know which option is better for you, whether you file as a married couple or separately. And usually
Yeah,
people
this
file as a
legislation would
married
force them to do that, right? It would force them to file
Right.
separately and have
But
that.
I think you kind of forgot the entire beginning of that point, which is that it's morally reprehensible to still uphold a system that's rooted in the patriarchy and upholds.
But this legislation forces them to
Senator
do that.
Rodriguez.
Right, and that's a good thing.
Hi, Senator Mehta. So
Hey.
is everyone hurt by filing jointly?
No.
So
I'm
why
sure
should we
some
eliminate?
people are benefited.
Right. So why should we eliminate the entire system if only some people are hurt while others are benefited?
Because, as I just explained to Senator Jawar, in the sense that, like, this system has been created in that, like, it supports the sole male breadwinner, I think it's not only morally reprehensible, but also when we pass today's legislation, we end up benefiting the vast majority of
We
people.
have
who
a
are
remaining
taxed
2
and
blocks of
unjustly.
questioning time. Would anyone like to take them? Would anyone at all? Senator Rodriguez, thank you.
I'll take another one, sure. So you mentioned in your cross-examination with Senator Jawar that a main problem is a lack of financial literacy. Why shouldn't we just pass legislation that would fix that problem rather than eliminating an entire system?
Because we've, like, tried to do that in the past. And I think that, like, everyone so far who's asked me questions is missing the key point. Unless your side can justify to me that it is morally correct to uphold a system rooted in the patriarchy, it's not fair to keep upholding the system of taxation.
But if this system is benefiting some people, isn't it better to
It's
just
all minority, but it's ending up hurting the vast majority more, especially those who have no
We
other.
have one more block of questioning remaining. Would anyone else like to take it? Anyone at all? This is the first affirmative speech. Seeing none, the chair will absorb the remaining time. Thank you, Senator Mehta. And as a reminder, this is congressional debate. I urge all senators to engage in all blocks of questioning. That was a speech in sponsorship. We're now in line for the first speech in negation. All negative speakers, please raise your placards. All negative speakers, please raise your placards. The chair would entertain a motion for a 1-minute in-house recess. Senator Mazumdar.
Said motion.
Assuming unanimous consent, so ordered. Listen, this is the first negative speech. We need this to continue the debate. All of the judges told us in their paradigms that they respect and understand the importance of constructive speeches. For that reason, as the chair, I highly encourage one of you to please give this speech following this recess. Would anyone like to give it? Senator Rodriguez?
If no one else can, I might be able to, but I was just going to ask a quick question. How many people are on the negation for this bill? So not that many. We should probably be switching since that's very unbalanced.
Yeah, so I can go neg. I couldn't give this speech, but yeah, I can go neg. I can prepare a neg.
We have another 20 seconds in this in-house recess. If necessary, we can take an additional few minutes.
If no one else can give it, I think I can give it.
Thank you very much, Senator Rodriguez. And with that, our in-house recess has elapsed. We last left off in a speech in sponsorship. First negative speakers, please raise your placards. Senator Rodriguez, thank you.
Hi, everyone. Christian Rodriguez. Sorry for that delay. Whenever my judges are ready, there's a lot of you, so cool. Just give me 1 second to set up a timer, and I'm good to go. And I'm assuming my presiding officer's ready? Beautiful. I am proud to say that as a society, we have progressed so much. When we built this country on the belief that men are better than women, we were flawed. But now, we are just as flawed in thinking that by eliminating a system that, yes, Representative Mehta, was built on patriarchy, but we have to realize by eliminating that entire system, we hurt just as many people as we help. I urge all of you, please fail this piece of legislation for one key reason. Joint tax filing is beneficial for so many people in this country because there are a lot of deductions that come through it. The main reason we see such a patriarchal system remaining in place as of right now is because it provides so many tax benefits and so many tax credits that people in this country desperately need. With Darla Mercado from CNBC on March 17th of 2019 explaining that by filing your taxes jointly in a married couple, you can receive up to $12,000 in additional tax reductions versus if you filed separately. That's a lot of money, especially considering in this country, as of right now, people are struggling to live paycheck to paycheck. With a study by the US Federal Reserve on May 23rd, 2019 finding that nearly 40% of United States households would struggle to pay for an unexpected $400 expense. People in this country need as many benefits as they can get, need as much help as they can get, making sure they don't have to go to sleep hungry or making sure they don't lose their entire lives. Senator Mehta, I 100% agree. We should be reforming our tax code to make sure it is equitable and represents our daily modern beliefs. But by eliminating an entire system that benefits so many, that is detrimental. And I want to bring up something that Representative Jawar asked Senator Mehta in questioning. If this system is not mandatory, it's optional, why should we get rid of it? And the answer is quite simple. We shouldn't. If anything, we should either A, encourage separate taxing, encourage separate filing rather than get rid of joint filing altogether, or do something that Senator Mehta mentioned in cross-examination, simply improve financial literacy so people understand the harms and benefits of both sides. It's as simple as that. But on top of all of that, I'd argue this legislation only encourages income inequality because Luke Sotier from the financial professional with Equitable Advisors on February 20th of 2020 explains the 2017 tax reform law that was passed by Republicans which made changes to tax brackets. So now the income levels for married couples filing jointly are roughly double that of single filers. It's basically the same until you get to the higher brackets. So what we see as of right now is that this legislation only impacts those who are lower income for one key reason. Those who are lower income need this deduction. Those who are higher income are fine either way. Passing this legislation only ensures those who need that extra deduction won't get it. And they are further spiraling into the cycle of poverty they've been struggling against for years. As a country that is that elects their members into Congress with the 99%, with the 100%, and not the 1%, that is not the group of people we should be fighting for. We should make sure everyone in this country has the ability to be equal in income, no matter where they are, no matter who they are, or no matter where they come from. Which is why I am so proud to stand in the negation of this legislation. We shouldn't be fighting for we should not stop fighting for gender equality, but we shouldn't do it at the expense of so many. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Rodriguez, for that speech of 3 minutes and 45 seconds. We're now in line for 2 minutes of direct questioning. All those wishing to question, please raise your placards. Senator Farage.
Hi, Senator Farage.
Hi, so who's actually most benefited by joint filing? Like what income level?
Single earners. Oh, income level?
Yeah.
It's usually higher income people.
No, it's actually the middle income. What happens to low wage and high wage workers or high wage incomes?
High wage incomes. So it really depends on like what your situation is. If you're a single earner, you benefit a lot. If you're a double earner, it's like.
But why is that? Can you explain why?
So what happens is it's usually like an average. So like if one person has a high income, another person has a low income, it averages out.
So how does that average help specifically?
Hey, so what is secondary earner bias?
Secondary earner bias is essentially where if you make less money than the first person, you have to pay a higher tax rate than if you file separately.
And specifically related to this bill, it's when women forego employment for these joint tax benefits, right?
Right, of course.
And if we pass today's legislation, is that going to happen at all?
So my problem with that is like, I completely agree, it's a problematic system, but it is still optional. We should be encouraging separate taxing rather than just getting
Senator Cox.
Okay, so you say that filing jointly is optional, so we shouldn't get rid of it. For abused spouses, is filing jointly optional?
Obviously, there are situations where you are forced to file jointly. However, I don't think that makes up the majority of like the people who are filing jointly. We should be making sure. Go ahead, Ms. Cox.
So should we prioritize the people who are abused, both physically, mentally, and financially now, over the people who would make a little bit more money?
Senator Mazumdar. We shouldn't be limiting an entire system.
Hi, Senator. So who's implementing this legislation?
If I'm not mistaken, I believe it's the IRS.
Correct. So can you tell me how the IRS implements congressional tax policy?
I don't really know what you're like alluding to.
Okay, I'll explain it to you briefly. So basically they implement at their discretion, meaning they take our policy and correct for any small mistakes or flaws. So can't this flaw that you brought up be addressed by the IRS when they're legislating?
I wouldn't take that risk. We can't just say, oh, the IRS will
Thank you,
fix the
Senator
problem.
Rodriguez. The time for questioning is elapsed. Seeing no further motions, you may take your seat. That was a speech in the negation. Affirmative speakers, please raise your placards. Senator Cox.
Thank you. That's Senator Cox whenever everyone is ready.
Just to let you and the other competitors know, I have my video off, although the other judges have theirs on, just because I have an internet lag, so I'm still here.
Okay, thank you. John and Leah were married just out of high school in 2001. John made more money, he was controlling, abusive, and prepared the joint tax returns. Leah was clueless, gave him her wages, her W-2 form, and signed wherever she was told to, scared to ask questions. She didn't understand what he did, nor whether he even paid the taxes for the both of them. He controlled the money. We passed today's legislation because even if they are not a majority of the population, they are the ones who need the most help. First, stand in the affirmation because it shields innocent spouses. Today's bill provides automatic protection for many abused spouses who, through no fault of their own, become liable for their spouse's tax debts. Now, Senator Mehta tells you that the problem is that abused spouses are responsible for their spouse's debts, but it runs actually a lot deeper than that. It's also that when they try to request help from the IRS, they never get it. A client of the Indiana Legal Services Access this month explains Leah's situation, where she has 2 children, and then she finally separated from John in 2013 when she first filed her own single taxes for the first time. The IRS promptly took her refund and applied it to her husband's past tax debts. And then when she complained to the IRS, they told her that it was all her fault and she should have known when she jointly filed with her abusive husband. Indiana Legal Services points out that the IRS rejects thousands of requests exactly like Leah's every single year. But the IRS is aware of the situation. They just choose to interpret the tax law in such a narrow and closed-minded way that hardly any requests like Leah's ever get through. There are thousands of women just like Leah who not only end up scarred from emotional, physical, and psychological abuse from their abusers, but now they also have to be held financially liable for their past spouse's tax debts. It's absolutely unacceptable, and the only way you stop that is by passing today's legislation. But let's continue on with Leah's experience after her divorce in raising her 2 children and see how today's legislation levels the playing field once and for all. Leah is already trying to raise her children on her own as a single mother, working 2 jobs, and our tax code makes that almost impossible with her life miserable. The US Census Bureau Custodial Mothers and Fathers Report in 2018 shows that 27% of American children live in single-parent households, and 97% of those households are headed by women. But if anything, those single parents need even more help than those who are married. They just don't get it from our tax code right now because we are stuck in a cycle of poverty. According to the Tax Foundation, October 31st, 2018, the standard tax deduction for single filers is half of what it is for married and joint filers. Married spouses can also give their money to their spouse whenever they want, free of charge. But for people like Leah, they have to pay income tax on the alimony that they receive from their spouses. Senator Rodriguez argues that there are those who need these joint filing deductions and they won't get it after you pass today's legislation. I argue that we should make it easier on those people as well. We just have to make it so that they file singly as well. Single mothers have only 1 breadwinner, but married couples have 2 and also a lot more tax benefits. Pass today's legislation to reduce the inequity, and then maybe we can save the revenue that would be used towards married and joint filings to go to help single mothers and those who need it the most. Women not only deserve equal income, we deserve equal taxes. Pass.
Thank you, Senator Cox, for that speech of 4 minutes and 10 seconds exactly. We're now in line for 1 minute of direct questioning. Those wishing to question, please raise your placards. Senator Maher.
Senator Cox, great speech. So just a question. When you eradicate this system, what happens in these families in which there's such pertinent domestic abuse?
I would say that they have to file singly now.
Right, they have to file singly, but what's going to actually be happening? Isn't it just going to be that the male-dominated household is still going to take that money from the woman in either world?
I disagree, because just because they're married doesn't mean, so like if you file
We can't legislate against abuse, can we, Ms. Cox?
I think that we can do our best in order to take
Senator Donaldson.
Hi, so I agree that these situations of abuse that you discuss are really terrible right now, but how has our current pandemic situation affected our overall workforce?
It's cut it down.
It's cut it down, and it's also forced automation faster. So what is that going to force more of our constituents to do?
Lose their jobs. I mean,
either lose their jobs or have to go back to school for more retraining programs. Sure. Shouldn't people be able to file jointly to pay those?
Thank you, Senator Cox. The time for questioning is elapsed. Seeing no further motions, you may take your seat. Senator Fatmi, according to the rules, the latest we can go is 3:30, but once we get through 24 speeches, the session is automatically ended by tab. That was a speech in the affirmation. We're now in line for a negative speech. Negative speakers, please raise your placards. Senator Jawar.
Thank you. For the judge's reference, that's Jawar. It's spelled Jhawar. If I could just get a smile or a nod from y'all when you're ready. Thank you, thank you. Awesome, awesome. Is anyone not ready? Okay, we'll go ahead and get started. Far too often, when this Congress is debating tax policy, we think about the amount of money flowing into our government and what we can do with it, rather than the amount of money flowing away from our citizens and what they could have done with it. Changes in tax policy seem like some of the smallest things we debate about, but for many, they're monumental. I'm asking this Congress to think beyond themselves and vote no on this legislation. Firstly, I want to clear something up. Senator Mehta, you say people don't have the financial literacy to know whether they should file jointly or not. But this argument has the same fundamental problem as every argument on the affirmation. It assumes that because some people are in a worse situation from filing jointly, we should ignore the people that are in a better situation because of it. If some people are benefiting and some aren't benefiting, that sounds like a good reason to keep it as a choice. That way, the people who shouldn't be filing jointly have the opportunity to file separately, like the status quo. But the ones that actually do need it can file jointly. I personally don't think this Congress should act as everyone's personal tax advisor. And that's why I actually agree with Senator Cox. The tax code should not benefit or penalize marriage. My issue with this legislation is that it gets rid of the benefits and keeps the penalties. The principal reason you are failing this legislation is that it punishes low-income Americans for getting married. A March 26, 2019 report released by Joyce Beebe, professor at Rice University, explains that most low-income couples actually face a penalty for getting married and filing jointly. Now, Senator Mehta thinks this is a reason to affirm, but here's the thing. The report goes on that still, filing jointly is cheaper than being married filing separately, exactly what this legislation would force them to do. The reason why is because being married filing separately cuts you out of dozens of tax credits and returns that are crucial to low-income Americans. In fact, the Brookings Institute's Tax Policy Center quantifies in April 2020 that if you consider a couple with 2 children who make under $40,000 a year, passing this legislation would increase their tax burden by almost 6% of their income. That's $2,500 going to the government that needed to be spent in the grocery store. For families that are living paycheck to paycheck, every dollar counts. It is high time that we show them we're representatives they can count on. Let's zoom in on some of the principal benefits this bill is stealing from low-income Americans. Senator Cox, all of the benefits I'm about to talk about are available to the single mothers that you reference. You read us evidence about deductions available to people filing single. But here's the thing. When you have a child and you are living single, you are not filing single. You are filing head of household. The people who aren't receiving these benefits are the families who actually need them. First off, the Earned Income Tax Credit. Senator Rodriguez touched on this, but I think we need to give it a bit more attention. The EITC exists to reward hardworking Americans with low salaries by providing them with supplemental income. In fact, the Center for Budget and Policy Priorities writes in December 2019 that in 2018 alone, the EITC lifted 5.6 million people out of poverty, including 3.6 million children. But they go on to explain that married couples are ineligible for the credit when they file separately because that prevents money from flowing into households that don't need it. What does that mean? Those 5.6 million people that needed our money to buy their food no longer receive it. When you pass this legislation, the benefits that are keeping families afloat sink away immediately. It is easy for this Congress to say tear down the system. Take a second and think about who will we leave drowning?
Thank you, Mr. Jouar, for that speech of 4 minutes and 4 seconds. We're now in line for 1 minute of questioning. Those wishing to question, please raise your placards. Senator Ma.
Hi, Senator. So let's take, for example, the case of two individuals who both qualify for the EITC separately. If they get married and their combined income pushes them past that threshold, do they continue receiving the EITC or do they discontinue receiving it?
They can continue. They just file married filing separately.
Okay, but if they're filing jointly, then they can't, right?
Yeah, if they're filing jointly,
right.
then they
So why shouldn't we pass this legislation and prevent that issue, that widespread issue from happening?
because if they're filing separately, they have no chance.
But we've already established that a lot of times, like in the majority of cases, people don't file separately.
Senator Maida on recency.
So when people who are of these like lower income levels end up starting to like accumulate their income, like Senator Ma was talking about, if their income doubles, does their amount of tax credits they get through this joint filing also double?
Okay, here's the thing. In some cases, there is a marriage penalty, and in some cases, there is a bonus. I am saying that you cannot get rid
the
of
marriage penalty is like something completely different. But if you start to add income, does your tax credit increase?
Bracket moves up.
Thank you, Senator Jouar. The time for questioning is elapsed. Seeing no further motions, you may take your seat. Mr. Mazumdar, granted. That was a speech in negation. Affirmative speakers, please raise your placards. Senator Farage.
I think the chair for the judges referenced that Senator Farage, it's spelled F-A-R-A-J. My screen is open and I just need a thumbs up from everyone when you're ready. I'm also setting a personal timer.
Senator Zhao, granted prior to Senator Farage's speech.
Okay, I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 7. Okay, I'm just going to assume everyone's ready. Is anyone not? Okay, great. I'm sure we've all heard the quote that in this world, nothing can be said to be certain except death and taxes. Unless you're a woman, then it's death and taxes and then discrimination within your taxes. But it's because today's legislation finally puts an end to these discriminatory tax filings that we have to affirm. Now, Senator Mehta did a great job of telling us that this legislation helps secondary earners. And I think that this is one of the most important points throughout the entirety of today's debate. But unfortunately, I think it's been lost in a bit of confusion. Let's remedy that. Kevin Walsh from the Seton Hall Legislative Journal explains in 2015 that secondary wage earners are disproportionately women. Thus, any outside disincentive to work encourages women more than men to be the ones to stay home. This is the most important link in understanding why Senator Mehta's point actually comes into fruition. But here's why that's so problematic. An October 2018 report by the National Bureau of Economic Research explains that due to an abundance of marriage-related laws, the tax system tends to reduce the labor supply of the secondary earner by raising their marginal tax rate. To put that into basic English, when a couple is taxed on a 50-50 basis due to joint filing, the secondary earner suffers a larger bulk of the burden because the taxation is on more than their share of income. As a result, secondary workers just decide to work less, so that even if they have to pay 50% of their household's taxes, it's still less than if they were to actually contribute income on top of that. In turn, the tax system is reinforcing other factors like job discrimination and the glass ceiling, which make it difficult for women to actually achieve equity in the labor market. When women inside this country earn 82 cents for every dollar a man makes, there is a clear problem. But when that disparity is so deeply rooted in our nation that our tax laws reflect a clear bias toward men, we know that inequality runs rampant. Senators, let's look around us. Women make up 50% of the senators serving within this chamber. It's time that our earnings reflect that same 50-50 split. But hear how this legislation actually solves that problem. It actually encourages these secondary earners to seek more employment opportunities. That's because, as a November 2015 article by Anna Kurowski of the University of Warsaw explains, that providing any sort of tax relief, or basically taking off a burden off of someone paying taxes, is an incredibly effective way to increase the labor supply of a market. This legislation provides that sense of relief in the form of a proportional sense of taxation, ensuring that what they're paying isn't a burden or a disincentive. Finally, under this situation, we are able to eliminate the financial pressures that marriage and joint filing have placed on women inside our country. But lastly, let's recognize that joint filing laws cause unnecessary disparities between individuals of all incomes. A February 2018 report by Emil Al-Sabe of the Tax Foundation explains that while for the highest and lowest income brackets, joint filing results in tax penalties. For the middle class, joint filing can provide married couples with an unnecessary advantage over their married and unmarried peers. Senator Rodriguez, you're absolutely right. Some Americans benefit from this joint filing situation, but it's absolutely not the low-income constituents that you're so concerned about. Listen, regardless of what our personal opinions are, the general idea of having a tax system so riddled with disparities is not something we should stand for. In a country that we would like to call diverse, one's marital status should not affect their duties as a US citizen. It should not matter whether they are married or who they are married to. All Americans deserve to be treated with equality. That comes into fruition after we pass this legislation.
Thank you, Senator Farage, for that speech of 4 minutes and 10 seconds. We're now in line for a minute of direct questioning. All those wishing to question, please raise your placards. Senator Rodriguez, between Senator Rodriguez and Senator Jawar on precedence.
Hi, Senator. So you're saying that essentially joint filing isn't helping low-income Americans as much as the right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, low-income Americans are immediately ineligible for the EITC as soon as they're not allowed to joint file. How are they going to get out of poverty if this Congress doesn't help them?
So here's the thing, the lower your income, the more benefits that you can get from things like welfare. Essentially, if they're filing jointly, they get less of those benefits because their income seems higher. But if they're filing separately, they get more benefits because of that.
Senator Donaldson on precedence.
Hi, so do you agree that women make up the majority of low-income jobs, such as you stated in your speech?
Yeah.
Right, so with social distancing measures in place and the fact that automation is increasing, as Senator Cox already agreed, how are women going to get jobs in the future?
So I think that through this legislation, when we eliminate joint filing, we actually encourage them to go seek out more work.
They have to go back.
They no longer have such a disproportionate burden on taxation.
Why can't they use joint filing to help pay for
Thank you, Senator Farage. The time for questioning is elapsed. Seeing no further motions, you may take your seat. Senator Mazumdar, your point of personal privilege is granted. In addition to this, I noticed that we have an observer from TEECS. Again, observers are not allowed in this round. You can view this live stream on YouTube. Senator Zhao, do you have a point of personal privilege to re-enter the chamber? Thank you. That was a speech in the affirmation. Negation speakers, please raise your placards. Senator Maher.
I think the chair. Just give me one moment to set up, please.
While that's happening, a reminder for the chamber, if you point of personal privilege to exit the chamber, please make sure that you enter the chamber as well before I can recognize you for a question.
All right, fantastic. So for my judges, that's Senator Maher, spelled M-A-H-E-R. My first time speaking in this session. I'm always at your leisure, just to smile, nod, thumbs up whenever would be great. All right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. All right, perfect. I find it really interesting that this Congress chooses right now to try to restructure our entire tax system. Look at where we are. Tax deadlines have been postponed. We are sitting in the midst of an international crisis that's affecting each and every one of us. So why is it so urgent that we pass today's legislation now? Well, I'd like to advocate that our most vulnerable constituents, that Senators Farage, Senator Mehta, and Senator Cox all champion, are ultimately disadvantaged by today's legislation. Let's recharacterize today's debate and understand why, for better or for worse, in sickness and in health, you fail. First, understand how joint filing supports mixed status couples. Now, immigration law is very dense, so let me actually simplify this for the chamber. Article 26, Section 6013 of US law constitutes provisions for joint filing for mixed immigration status families, families in which one spouse is a US citizen and the other is either legally an alien or undocumented. But after scanning through hundreds of pages of immigration law and proceedings, I was alerted to a harrowing reality. That's that when mixed status couples file a marriage-based petition for the undocumented spouse to become a lawful permanent resident or green card holder, joint filing becomes the trump card. The Immigration Legal Resource Center explained in July of 2011 that as part of the immigration process, mixed status couples have to prove to immigration that they didn't marry for immigration benefits. In adjudicating these petitions, the U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services reviews a petitioning couple's application to evaluate if their lives are intertwined. But here's why today's legislation is so pertinent, because joint tax returns are often the only legally reliable evidence to demonstrate that the petitioning couple has a real marriage. Understand why this is so pertinent under the world we live in today. Because amidst COVID-19, the executive's assault on undocumented immigrants and their families hasn't faltered. The Washington Post notes on April 4th of 2020 that in a COVID world, undocumented immigrants can't count on the social safety net if they lose their jobs or get sick, despite the fact that 6 million of them have jobs in the front lines of the virus response, while another 6 million are in the industries hardest hit. Moreover, just several weeks ago, Trump literally shut down all USCIS field offices and postponed immigration hearings until May 3rd. The Hill writes on April 10th of 2020 that this decision only adds pressure to the current backlog of immigration cases and will lead to decisions in the future being evaluated less holistically. Meaning that when you pass today's legislation and ultimately eradicate the process of joint tax filing, you eradicate a critical outlet for undocumented immigrants to prove the validity of their marriages and gain residency. In many cases, and in the future, possibly crushing their prospects of economic security. And that's why you failed. But let me respond to the arguments of Representative Mehta, Farage, and Cox, all who tell you about the discrimination rampant in our system. Allow me to be the first female to debunk this notion under 2 key assumptions. First, understand that the misconception that abuse stops when you pass a bill is so incredibly wrong. A congressional hearing in 2014 before this very Senate literally heard from the very women impacted by this. They quoted being deceived before they left by their spouses and cited financial illiteracy as being one of the leading causes of their abuse, not just in joint tax filing, but across their entire marriage. Representative Cox, I agree with you that domestic abuse prevents women from filing individually in the status quo. But understand, even if you eradicate the system, you don't actually solve for this abuse. You only make it channeled in other way. But then the second misconception is that the entire system is culpable and must be banned. Representative Mehta and Farage tell you about the injustice of second earner bias, but the NYU Review of Law and Social Change finds in October of 2017 that tax deductions for low-income families and universal secondary earner deductions would be far more beneficial. Pen and paper don't prevent fist and hand. At the end of today's debate, negate.
Thank you, Senator Maher, for that speech of 4 minutes and 10 seconds. We're now in line for a minute of direct questioning. All those wishing to question, please raise your placards. Senator Sun.
Thank you. So, Senator Maher, how is this Congress supposed to weigh impacts of domestic violence, for example, against impacts of mixed-race couples?
Okay, here's what I think about this. I don't actually think that you need to weigh them whatsoever, because I think that these impacts of domestic violence are always going to permeate as long as there is someone who
is it enough to say domestic violence is always going to happen, so we're not going to do anything about it?
No, I just don't think that today's legislation.
How is that something we want to say as Congress?
We need to promote financial literacy. That is a problem that
Senator Farage.
Senator Maher, so can you explain to me how exactly women are going to be subjected to financial abuse if they're no longer financially tied to their abuser?
No, I understand what you're saying, but they are still in a married relationship.
Okay, so no, but that's not exactly true. If they're not joint filing together, then they don't have that financial burden.
they are still in a marriage with that individual.
Okay, does it mean that they're living together?
No, even if they choose to file separate.
So why would financial abuse continue then?
Manifest in other forms, such as in their day-to-day.
How?
Thank you, Senator Mayer. The time for questioning is elapsed. Seeing no further motions, you may take your seat. Senator Donaldson, granted. I hope your throat gets better. That was a speech in the negation. We're now in line for an affirmative speech. Affirmative speakers, please raise your placards. Senator Sun.
Thank you. That's Senator Sun, spelled S-U-N. First time today on the affirmative. Whenever everyone's ready, I'll be happy to begin. Great. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Cool, we're all good. Since the coronavirus pandemic began affecting my home state of California, I've learned a lot about the world around us. I've learned from the best of humanity, doctors banding together in the front lines of the crisis. I've also learned about the worst of our humanity, and most particular to me, rampant examples of discrimination against our Asian American communities in this nation. But there's one overlooked aspect of the pandemic that we are finally starting to discuss, and that is the fact that social isolation is keeping domestic abuse survivors in homes with their abusers. And while I'm glad that this Congress is finally starting to take that stand, discourse is not enough. We must turn that into action and finally pass today's legislation. No one in this debate has adequately defined the extent of the problem in the status quo. This bill finally abolishes an antiquated notion of family meaning formal marriage to begin with. Yale Law School explains in 2013 that we still define family based on formal marriage through things like joint filing of taxes, which give you an economic incentive to undergo a formal marriage in order to be recognized by the government. But Manveer Singh explains in March of 2020 that there is a trend of decreasing amounts of formal marriage. In fact, the number of heterosexual cohabiting couples rose from 1.6 million in 1980 to 8.5 million in 2018. It's finally time this Congress catches up to that curve. Passing this bill accelerates the trend I just talked about because you are abolishing an arbitrary government distinction that in order to be a proper family and receive economic incentives and tax credits, you have to undergo a formal marriage to begin with. And instead, you'll see more and more people not opting for that formal marriage because there is no longer that distinction in place. Why is that important? Everyone assumes that this debate is about married filing separately versus jointly, but that isn't the case. In an affirmative world, you'll see more and more people filing single instead of jointly. Let's understand how that comparison means a victory for the affirmative. First, with regards to domestic violence, I want to consolidate Senator Mehta and Senator Cox's points by providing that crucial link of solvency that Senator Maher was concerned about in the last speech. It is easier to escape domestic abuse if you are not part of a formal marriage. New York Times explains in May of 2018 that if a domestic abuse survivor in a formal marriage seeks a divorce, they face 3 obstacles. 1, high private attorney costs. 2, a legally complex SCOTUS. And 3, the need to track down your spouse for divorce papers. All of that decreases if you pass today's legislation and accelerate the trend of more people not needing to be formally married. But the impact is catastrophic. Forbes explains last October that financial abuse is a factor in 99% of abuse rates. Senator Maher and Rodriguez tell you that today's legislation destroys tax reductions. Domestic violence is a far more important impact because it is getting worse right now and will become catastrophic if we opt for inaction. But even more so, today's legislation actually helps low-income couples. The American Prospect explains in 2018 that due to the 2017 tax bill, marriage can make low-income couples ineligible for the EITC that Senator Jawar was talking about on the other side of the debate. I want you to flip that to the affirmative. In a world where more and more people now don't see the need to file for formal marriage, they now reap the huge benefits in place for our tax code for filing singly. That EITC, the child tax credits that finally allow us to protect the people most vulnerable in our society. If you find it hard to deal with the progressive reality of today's bill, there are millions of domestic abuse survivors that would love to take your place. It only takes 1/100th of their bravery for you to pass this bill.
Thank you, Senator Sun, for that speech of 4 minutes and 10 seconds. We're now in line for 1 minute of questioning. Those wishing to question, please raise your placards. Senator Pontus.
Hi, Senators. So what unique harm does it give the government or America in general if people get married?
So I think it's really arbitrary for the government to say you have to be formally married in order to get a tax credit from the government. It really is an arbitrary distinction.
But when you get married, don't you have, like, what unique harm is it for the government to actually give this
It's harder to
distinction?
get out of domestic abuse situations. That was my first point.
But
It's
not
also
everyone
harder to
that's
file for
married
EITC.
is in those situations, correct?
But those that are in it are in most.
Senator
Okay,
Maher.
moving on. How many people actually?
Senator Maher.
Hi, Senator Sun. So I entirely agree with you that domestic abuse is a problem. But what stops domestic abusers from taking money or using credit cards without permission, making payments or bills in other people's names, or borrowing money and making charges without repaying it? Doesn't any of this not change in your world?
I'm arguing that this bill needs to be part of a larger shift to de-emphasize formal marriage. And in that world, it becomes infinitely easier to leave your abuser.
Okay,
That's
but
my
under your world, people are just going to shift to more aggressive methods of abuse now that they don't have this one
No,
outlet.
they're not. In the status
Thank
quo,
you, Senator Sun. The time for questioning is elapsed. Seeing no further motions, you may take your seat. That was a speech in the affirmation in the seventh speech in the round, meaning that after the speech, I will hand the reins over to Senator Ranjan. Is there a speech in the negation? Senator Pontus.
Thank you. This is Senator Pontus speaking for the first time today. That's Pontes. Just give me a thumbs up when you're ready and hold it there for like 2 seconds so that I can see everyone.
Senator Rodriguez, granted.
Okay, perfect. And if it's okay with everyone, I'm going to time myself too. Millions of Americans are hunkered at home right now, social distancing to prevent the spread of the coronavirus. It seems like the affirmation wants to coin a new term, tax distancing. Separating ourselves physically isn't enough. Now we need to do it in our tax code. But unlike the wisdom behind social distancing, our legislation is a little harder to support. Stand with me in negation today, firstly, because it overburdens the IRS. Not only does coronavirus cause us to have digital TOCs, but it's causing the IRS to close centers and a majority of their operations. The National Treasury Employees Union, on April 13th of 2020, estimates that the IRS has lost $715 million in funding, making a bounce back from coronavirus really hard to organize. But understand that 90% of married couples file jointly now. That's one document they're filing. Through Section 1A, they would now file separately, meaning double the applications that are coming in. Forbes on January 27th of 2019 tells us that the IRS backlogs have already spiked. They're up to 1.3 million overage cases since the end of February. Doubling that isn't in our government's priority right now. The IRS collects money that our Congress funnels into the marginalized and disadvantaged that we pledge to serve. A backlog means less ability to stop tax evasion and fraud, and less ability to grant low-income workers the refunds that they deserve. Senator Cox, the impact of delaying that crucial funding is to all low-income Americans, many of which applies to victims of domestic abuse, but it's on a much wider scope. To solve the problem that you talk about, this Congress can pass oversight or funding into the IRS's Innocent Spouse Relief Program that allows people to claim immunity to being held responsible for your partner's taxes wrongdoings. But moving on, not only does today's legislation overburden the department, it overburdens the people that this department is supposed to help. Because second, filing costs become excessive to low-income Americans. Now, many low-income families owe no income tax, but they still have to file a tax return to receive their refundable tax credits. Those who do file often seek help, which nearly always comes from a paid preparer. The cost of that help many times actually erodes the credits that they get.
The Guardian on April 14th of 2016 tells us that on average, workers spend about $500 to get their taxes done. But on a large scale, low-wage workers spend about $1.75 billion trying to get that tax refund on tax preparations. The problem is, under today's legislation, you double the price needed to file separately because each person has to pay a tax preparer to actually do it. At the point where 2/3 of Americans don't have enough money for a $1,000 emergency in the bank, we're making them spend $1,000 just to get their tax filed. But in addition to paying more to file your taxes, Americans now get less. Senator Mehta was worried about victims of domestic abuse. But then Senator Jawar told you about the 5 million people that you're keeping out of poverty because of this one tax benefit. When you eliminate that tax benefit, you plunge thousands of families into poverty. But let's talk about the impact of that. The New York Times on April 4th of 2019 tells us that as families lose income, the rate of domestic abuse goes up. And this happens because families are plunged into harder situations. Violent and abusive tendencies tend to arise. Today's legislation makes that problem that you bring to light, Senator Mehta, much, much worse. Stand with me in negation and don't pass.
Thank you, Senator Pontes, for that speech of 4 minutes and 8 seconds. We're now in line for 1 minute of questioning. All those wishing to question, please raise your placards. Senator Zhao.
So, hi, Senator Pontes. Hasn't the IRS already delayed the deadline for filing taxes?
Yeah, they've delayed the deadline, but the impact of the amount that they have in backlogs is over a year, and in making them file double is only more burdensome.
How does today's legislation directly impact that backlog? Because aren't they still filing a similar amount no matter what?
No, because you're filing 2 separate applications.
Okay, but when you're filing jointly, isn't that still more stuff that needs to be processed? Because you still have to take into consideration.
It's a substantial stuff, but you're doubling applications.
Senator Cox.
You gave the solution for abused spouses to use the innocent spouse relief, right, for the IRS?
I'm saying that Congress needs to expand our influence over that program and expand funding.
Do you know how many people actually get that in the status quo?
I know not that many people get it, but that's the reason we need to increase oversight over it.
The reason why they don't get it is because the IRS knows and is doing it accurately. They're just interpreting the tax code in such a narrow way.
So oversight can change the way we process
How do we make them?
That's the reason.
Thank you, Senator Pontes. The time for questioning is elapsed. Seeing no further motions, you may take your seat. And with that is the end of my time as presiding officer. Before I hand the reins over to Senator Ranjan, even though I wanted a PO later, I'm incredibly grateful for all of you letting me help run this chamber. In addition to that, for the remainder of my time in this room, as I won't be a speaker, I'll be maintaining the spreadsheet such that all of you have a reference for the remainder of the round. And with that, Senator Ranjan.
Thank you, Mr. Antiro. So, hello everyone. My name is Senator Ranjan. Last name is spelled R-A-N-J-A-N. It's sort of like Ranjan Surf Shop, just replace the O's with the A's. It is an honor to be serving as your presiding officer for this second interval of speakers. Most of my housekeeping rules have already been established by Mr. Antiro, so I hope to replicate that with the next 8 speakers. As for my time cards, I'm just kind of using the same fundamentals, 3 minutes, 3:30, and 3:55. The only difference is that in an effort to get you guys wrapping up, I won't start with the 10 seconds, I'll start with 5 seconds. So you guys know more abruptly when your time will end, just 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and then the closed fist. You guys do have a gift with the extra of debate, so just please make sure that you're not going over that 10-second period, especially because of that point deduction. For questioning, I'll have 1 finger up when you've reached that 20-second limit, and then the same thing, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, closed fist. I'll just abruptly move on to the next questioning block. And lastly, I will also be keeping an online spreadsheet in an effort to help the competitors and judges keep track of everything in an organized manner. I would like to thank Mr. Antiro for actually jumping onto that idea that I had for prelims and sems, and I know it's been very helpful for the competitors in my sessions, and I hope that I can help with the final sessions as well. If you all would like, I didn't know Mr. Antiro would be continuing the whole round, but just in case, I've kept my link on the chat below as well. Same thing with questioning. I'll just look for placards. Just give me a moment to switch between the 2 screens, unfortunately, because I can't see everybody in that one screen. And if I do miss you for any reason because of that, just let me know and I'll be happy to change that. So with that, are there any questions with my procedures? All right.
We did have a request to take a short recess with the exchange, just so judges
Yeah.
can catch up and take care of things, since we can't quite skip out as easily.
For sure, Mr. Parliamentarian. So we'll take a 5-minute recess if that's okay with everybody. Please be back by 1:01 Eastern Time. We do have 1 minute left of the recess, so if everybody could just start turning the cameras back on, and we can start promptly at 1:01. Perfect. I do believe everybody is here. So with that, we can just begin. I'll call this session back into order at 1:01. We'll just resume debate on this legislation. Seeing as the last speech was a negation speech, all affirmative speakers, please raise your placards at this time. That will go first to Senator Zhou.
I thank the chair. This is Senator Zhou, spelled Z-H-O-U, speaking for the first time this legislative session. As always, I'm at the leisure of those above me, so a thumbs up or any indication when you guys are ready. All right. All right, sounds good. In 2017, President Trump's economic advisor, Gary Cohn, publicly stated in a press conference that $1,000 in tax savings could buy a family a new car and a renovated kitchen. It's no surprise that the United States government is completely out of touch with the realities of taxation in our constituency. While $1,000 in tax savings might not buy a new car or a renovated kitchen, it can buy our low-income constituents a completely new world. Affirm today's legislation. So let's talk about the current joint tax filing system and how it restricts constituents from accessing important anti-poverty tax credits. We start out by talking about how Senator Jawar tells us that low-income constituents will carry a tax burden when we affirm today's legislation because they lose out on important deductions. He then tells us that the EITC will lose its benefits upon affirmation, which is a reason to negate. But that's not the case at all. Let's look at the EITC a little bit closer and rewrite Senator Jawar's narrative about the EITC. Additionally, let's build off and dig deeper into what Senator Sun talked about the EITC. Ultimately, let's clear up this whole debate. The EITC, or the Earned Income Tax Credit, is a refundable tax credit that is designated to help low and middle income constituents. It's calculated with both children and income, which means that it's specifically meant for a low income constituency. It's currently one of the most beneficial tax credits that our constituents have in the status quo, but the joint filing status of the EITC is extremely regressive and doesn't help them at all. The Urban Institute in June 2013 gives us a pretty interesting scenario. Picture a mother earning $16,000 a year. If she has just one child, she'll qualify for about $3,200 from the Earned Income Tax Credit. But if she were to marry a man earning about $25,000 a year, she would lose 90% of her EITC. That means together, they would owe almost $2,800 more in federal income taxes as a married couple than they would if they just decided to stay separate. So what we're seeing right now is that the EITC is super regressive and literally punishes our low-income constituents for being married to each other when they're already in a bad financial situation. Senator Jawar asks Senator Mehta why people can't just file separately, and Senator Rodriguez tells us that we should just encourage filing taxes separately rather than affirming today's legislation. But that's an impossible reality for our low-income constituents. That's because they literally can't claim the EITC if they file separately. The IRS Access this week tells us that you can't claim the EITC if your filing status is married filing separately. That means that our low-income constituents have two options. First, they marry each other and the EITC literally punishes them for being married. They lose money as a result of being married. Intuitively, that's horrible because they're cheated out of their benefits as a result of just trying to take advantage of the very tax policy that we instituted to make sure that they weren't forced into poverty in the first place. Or secondly, they don't even get married and live with each other. Marriage is the pillar of our modern day society. It's the basis of our country, encourages familial stability, and gives a better environment for future generations to be brought up in. As the government responsible for the next generation, we should be encouraging it and not stifling it. But the current joint tax filing system does that. Either way, low-income couples end up being harmed by the EITC at this very moment. But what changes under today's legislation? Well, we remove all joint filing from any taxation. As a result, we make sure that low-income constituents are able to get exactly what they need from the EITC, allowing them to take advantage of the very benefits we prescribed decades ago to ailing families. Passing today's legislation makes it so that way low-income constituents aren't punished for the simple crime of being low-income and married. Senator Jawar tells us that the harm of today's legislation comes from filing separately for the EITC, and that filing jointly harms the EITC eligibility. Yes. But the problem is that but now let's see how today's legislation interacts with the arguments of the negation. Senator Ma asks Senator Jawar about the EITC and married couples. He asks, will the EITC be restricted to those who are forced to file jointly? The answer is yes. When Senator Rodriguez tells us that joint tax filing is necessary for those who live from paycheck to paycheck, we see that that's not the case at all. Rather, that it gates them from having the important tax credits that they require. Don't let this Congress beat Gary Cohn for the crazy statements about taxation. Affirm today's legislation.
Senator, the speech of 4 minutes and 9 seconds. We're now in line for 1 minute of questioning. Please raise your placards at this time. first go to Senator Mazumdar.
Thank you. So what does the EITC depend on?
So the EITC is calculated based on your children and your income.
Correct. So what does this legislation do? Does it target either of those two things?
No, but what it does is essentially previous representatives have come up here and told us that when low-income couples get married, they essentially lose eligibility because their income's calculated.
I understand, but your whole problem with this round is that the EITC is the problem, but this legislation doesn't interact with it at all. So how are we solving any of this?
This legislation filing jointly?
Senator Rodriguez.
Hi, Mr. Zhao. So you told us people who are filing jointly are having their EITC hurt, right?
Yes.
But if they're filing separately, they can't get the EITC, right?
No, so what's going on right now is that because they can file jointly, they aren't offered the option to file separately. But when we get rid of this as a whole—
How are they not offered the option? It's literally optional.
The EITC assumes that they're going to file jointly no matter what, when that's not the case.
No, it doesn't. You have the option.
The EITC is not contingent on filing jointly. It becomes—
Yes, it is. The IRS literally said you can't get it if you file separately.
And with that, the question time has the speaker may mute himself. Now it's time for a negation speaker. Negation speakers, please raise your placards at this time. That will go to Senator Donaldson.
Hi, everyone. Just in case no one heard my name before, I'm Emily Donaldson, speaking for the first time this legislative session. Is this a good volume for everyone first?
Yes.
Great, awesome volume. Let me know whenever you're ready. More than happy to begin. Good, good, good. Great. I think I'm getting good from all my judges. Awesome. Both Senator Sun and Senator Cox explain that social distancing guidelines have revolutionized the way our society has worked, and I completely agree. However, I think both of them and the rest of the affirmation are actually well adjusted to this new lifestyle because they're the quickest to be the most removed from all of their constituents' needs. Let me make something very clear. To be a senator in today's round, you must not only meet the needs of our constituents, but work to make sure they have future plans and goals. This piece of legislation fails on face for that reason. So first, fail today's piece of legislation because it cannot allow our constituents to remain employed amidst the changing workforce. Now, Senator Mehta and Senator Jawar already have a debate in today's round where Senator Mehta explains that there's no possible net good from this piece of legislation, where Senator Jawar kind of concedes by saying that people should have the option to file individually or jointly. I'm here to tell you that because of job security and job retention, joint files of taxes are more important than ever before. The New York Times, in a report just 3 days ago, but a previous one in June of 2018, explains that this country is fast tracking towards automation faster than ever before. And with social distancing guidelines and coronavirus, in-person employment is increasingly uncertain. This means by 2030, 16 million to 54 million Americans will either have to switch their occupation, learn a new skill, or increase their level of education just to have employment. This means we need to have a joint tax filing still in place. It's the only way parents can work together to repay vocational schools, professional schools, to make sure they can get access to this learning. But this is extremely important when we look to the Pew Research Center on November 6th of 2019, where they go even further by explaining that because student loans have increased debt by 107% this decade, more and more people are taking out income-driven repayment programs instead, where rather than paying all of their college fees and loans, they promise a percentage of their future earnings to that college. That means that with potentially millions of people out of work needing retraining in the future, it is essential that parents and households can work together to cover this cost. They cannot do that when they have to file individually. But let's move to other arguments in today's round. Senator Farage concedes to me and explains that more people will need to have employment opportunities. Senator, you cannot do that without ensuring that they get levels of education within costs that they can afford. If they default on their loans and cannot pay them, they will not be able to have jobs in this country in the ways that they need to. But Senator Mehta and Senator Farage both explained that this legislation works against women. Or for women, my apologies, because we're getting rid of a patriarchal system. I'm here to tell you that this piece of legislation is the best way to help women. the National Women Law Center in November of 2019 explains that the majority of women have the lowest paying jobs in the market, with minimum wage being something that they learn to expect. However, with the gender wage gap, women constitute 2/3 of all student debt in this country, $309 million. This means that we must work together so that they can have the opportunity to go to school first, to get the skills they need to continue employment in uncertain times. We talk about democracy in today's round, how to apply it in a usable format. Today's piece of legislation is not practical, and it's not ideological either. It simply fails on face. Stand with me and fail today's piece of legislation to protect everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator, for the speech of 3 minutes and 56 seconds. All questioners, please rise. I will go to first to Senator Ma.
Hi.
Hi, Senator. So you talk about the long-term impacts of like education, right?
Absolutely, because
Okay.
if they're not able
Right,
to
right. But
help
when we pass
professionals-
this legislation, does it mean, like when we dismantle the current marriage tax code, does it mean we're never going to replace it with more tax code in the future?
So no, that's not what that means at all. I'm basically
Right.
saying that because people use income-driven repayment programs, it's all based on their income, what they pay to the college every
Right,
single
but
month.
it's not like having
Parents will
non-joint
file
marriage,
jointly to pay those costs.
but that's only the way the current system
Senator
works.
Son.
Hi.
So would you agree with me that automation isn't going to slow down anytime soon?
I said that in my speech. That was the entire premise. Yes.
So if not now, when?
No, I agree that automation will never slow
going
down.
to
I think
finally
it will
combat the patriarchy that is embedded in our tax code if automation is always going to be a problem and will
Right.
only
So
get worse?
I explained to you that we're uniquely able to solve this because we give more opportunities for women
Are
in
you able
lower
to
economic
solve
statuses
the fact
to
that the
get vocational and
tax code
professional
embeds
school.
the patriarchy itself?
No,
Are you
we
going to solve the
redefine the definition of that without this piece of
Questioning time has elapsed. Speaker may mute himself. We're now in line for affirmative speakers. All affirmative speakers, please rise. That will first go to Senator Mazumdar.
Thank you. For the first time this session, that's Mr. Mazumdar. My pronouns are he, him, his. At your leisure, just give me a thumbs up and I'll be on my way. Good, good. All right, give me a second here, guys. Okay. Looks like everyone's ready. In a 2019 meeting with President Donald Trump, European Commission President Jean-Claude Juncker needed to whip out his colorful index cards to break down complicated economic policy to the Wharton graduate. Now, I don't have these index cards with me, but I do have a webcam, microphone, and Zoom, and I will break down the complicated issue that is single filing, married filing jointly, and married filing separately into something that we can all understand. While the negation tries to cloud this debate with a slew of colorful impacts, the stark reality is simply black and white like this bill. Pass today's legislation because it allows us to work in tandem with the IRS to review our policy, which makes this legislation accessible to millions. So today we've heard some pretty extreme impacts. Senator Rodriguez says that we harm low-income constituents. Senator Jawar says we disincentivize low-income marriages. Senator Pontes said that we increase legal backlog. Everyone in the negation might be correct, but only if you accept how they say this legislation is going to be implemented. The bottom line is that implementation for this bill is not even up to us. Everyone has neglected to understand that the IRS actually has quasi-legislative power, meaning they will take this bill's framework, they will take this legislation's intent and implement it as they see fit, correcting issues as they arise. So far, no one in this entire round has talked about Section 3, in my opinion, the most important part of this bill. It says that the IRS is going to oversee the enforcement of the bill and shall determine the amount of tax due and the amount of tax paid. That is so important because of historical precedent. The negation operates in this world where this legislation is the sole change to the tax code, but they are fundamentally misunderstanding administrative law and how consistently the IRS uses it to correct Congress's lack of comprehension. Because as smart as we all are, none of us really understand how taxes work, and the IRS is completely aware of that. Look to a relevant legal analysis by Jonathan Kim from the Cornell Law Institute in 2017. He explains that just like the president has executive orders, the bureaucracy of the executive branch has administrative law. Basically, if it's not changing the intent of a policy, the agency in charge gets to do whatever it wants in order to make the law's implementation as easy and accessible as possible. Senator Maher finds it surprising that we try to overhaul the entire US tax code. Let's look at what the IRS did the last time that happened. In 2019, we passed President Trump's tax plan. The IRS consistently changed the implementation to make it more seamless than it was originally written as. On January 10th of 2018, Damian Polenta of the Washington Post explained in one example, the IRS urged employers to immediately change their tax withholding arrangements, even though doing so required them to use outdated forms known as W-4s. So even while the president attempted to force immediate implementation on the agency, even while he slashed their budget by upwards of $230 million, the IRS was still able to actively change the system, allow a slower transition, and soften the blow of this new policy on all of our constituents. And this information is damning for the negation. The biggest advocacy championed by Senators Rodriguez and Jawar is that we increase inequality. They say lower income Americans won't be able to pay their taxes. You may be completely right, but the IRS isn't just going to give up on collecting taxes for millions of poor Americans. They also can't go door to door for each one. So they make things more accessible and add benefits. They did exactly that this year. According to the IRS tax reform news page, they made 5 landmark changes to tax policy this year. That's because Trump's tax plan left out disabled Americans. So the IRS legislated further. Not only did they open a new accessible online portal, they also added more benefits and deductions on their taxes. And Senator Pontes, you tell us that the IRS has lost its physical centers. Well, it's a great thing that they've implemented online tax returns already. The IRS doesn't want to be punitive. They want to collect taxes. If that means adding benefits to the Americans, which this bill left out, they will do that as they have done in the past. That leaves Senator Maher. You tell us that mixed families might find it hard to prove their marriage. That's a legitimate concern, but you can't weigh that against Senator Mehta's financial independence, Senator Cox's debt aid, Senator Faraj's employment opportunities, and Senator Sun's decrease in domestic abuse. This legislation leaves you with one option: pass.
Thank you for that speech of 4 minutes and 11 seconds. All questioners, please raise your placards. We'll start with Senator Pontes.
Hi, Senator. So how long are most congressional bills?
Well, outside of the scope of the debate, they're usually hundreds of pages long.
Okay, so probably longer than 16 lines, correct? So this bill literally just implements 2 things: getting rid of joint filing and its benefits.
And that
so
is
how
the
can you
beauty of
argue
this
that the
legislation, Senator.
IRS can simply disregard the benefits part?
I can explain. That's the beauty of this legislation. It is necessarily vague because we don't understand what to actually do. We give
Okay,
the IRS
I completely understand what you're saying. It's vague, but how can you argue that the
Because they're
literal
going to
intent
pass
of the
the-
legislation?
Senator
isn't-
Jawar.
Senator, do you think the IRS is going to make the EITC available to those who file married but separate?
Maybe not, but I wouldn't know. They're the experts. I'm not the expert.
Okay, do you think they will do it or not, though?
They might.
Okay, then I'm going to operate under the assumption that they won't. That means 5.6 million people.
See, that doesn't matter, Senator. I'm telling you that the IRS wants to collect taxes. If passing the EITC,
Yeah, they want to collect taxes. I want to keep people out of poverty. Which one's more important?
Okay, the IRS's goal is to collect taxes.
Questioning
and add benefits.
time has elapsed. Questioning time has elapsed. We'll now move into a negation speech. All negative speakers, please raise your placards. Once again, all negative speakers, please raise your placards. We'll move into our second affirmative speech. All affirmative speakers, please rise. That'll go to Senator Ma unopposed.
I thank the chair. This is Senator Ma, spelled M-A, speaking for the first time this session. I'm at the leisure of all as well. Me, just any indication when you're ready. Okay. For over a century, economists have debated between the values of the short run versus the long run. Idealists believe the short run doesn't count. Cynics believe the long run doesn't matter. But I would argue that policymakers alone understand that the short run and the long run are inseparably intertwined. So today, at the very end of the debate, I'm going to frame the entire argument in the 2 lenses of the short run and the long run, and explain why no matter which lens you look at it through, you're going to pass. First, let's examine the lens of the short run and understand the critical 3 arguments that have been made throughout this entire debate. First, Representatives Cox and Sun have already thoroughly explained the argument about domestic abuse. And Senator Maher's concerns about domestic abusers becoming more violent was addressed by the fact that as society shifts towards less formal marriages, domestic abuse becomes easier to escape. ultimately that impact lands on the side of the affirmation. But next, another major short-run impact is the fact that this legislation is going to wipe clean a tax system that fundamentally punishes low-income Americans for marrying. Senator Zhao was absolutely correct when he addressed Senator Jawar's misconception about the EITC, because individuals can file for the EITC even if they're single. So this legislation, in fact, doesn't actually cut off that lifeline, because the Intuit Tax Center in 2019 explains that the general eligibility rules for the EITC are fairly straightforward. Taxpayers must file as individuals or married filing jointly. So Representative Jawar was right that if these individuals are married legally and formally, then they can't file individually within their marriage. However, this legislation doesn't cut off that lifeline because they can still file as individuals, meaning that when we push towards the informalization of marriage, they still have access to that fundamental benefit. So meaning that passing this legislation only has the positive impact of preventing the criminalization of marriage or the penalization of marriage for these low-income constituents. But next, I have to concede Senator Rodriguez's arguments that the middle and upper classes are going to lose out at some point. But I would argue that their concerns are going to weigh less than the ones of those who are most in need because they're better able to cope with the financial strain, meaning that when we pass this legislation, I would weigh that the positives are going to be greater than the negatives. But finally, for the short run, Senator Maher talks about undocumented immigrants needing joint filing as proof that they're married to a U.S. permanent resident or citizen so that they aren't deported. But while that makes sense in theory, the unfortunate reality tells a very different story, because the New York Times explains on April 19th of 2018 that 13 years after her husband was ordered deported back to his native Brazil, Cara de Oliveira thought the official recognition of their marriage would finally give him the ability to call himself an American. But after ICE actually recognized the legality of their marriage, he was still deported. The problem is, under the Trump administration, legal marriage is no longer sufficient to prevent deportation, meaning that that argument is unfortunately non-unique. But now let's look beyond the short term, and let's look beyond the tangible impacts of this legislation and understand the fundamental long-term shifts that this legislation initiates. Because Senator Mehta brings up the argument of the impact that this legislation has on modernizing US law to reflect the progress of gender roles in American society. And that's the most important long-term impact in today's debate, which was completely conceded by the negation, understandably. But let me settle the rest of the negation's long-term concerns. Because Senator Jawar and Rodriguez, let's understand that this debate isn't about having marriage tax code versus not having marriage tax code. And Senator Donaldson, this bill isn't about legislating a permanent end to education credits, because although the current system requires joint filing, it doesn't have to do that in the future. This legislation is about wiping clean our obsolete system to create a blank slate for progress. And Representative Mazumdar actually alluded to this issue in his speech when he talked about the IRS. But I believe that this Congress has an equal capacity to legislate progress in the future. When we are able to unshackle the chains of our obsolete system, we are finally able to ensure the benefits for our constituents in the long term. Ultimately, whether you believe in the tangible impacts of the short term or the long-term cultural and political shift that this legislation initiates, or the importance of both, you have grounds to pass this legislation. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator, for that speech of 3 minutes and 58 seconds. All questioners, please raise your placards at this time. We'll first go to Senator Donaldson.
Hi, Senator Mott. So you concede to me in your speech that joint filing is still necessary to get education credits. With the uncertain times we were in, why would we change that when we have an impending economic crisis on our hands?
Right. So in the short term, we're probably not going to see an immediate change, but let's also understand that your impact of education is also a long-term benefit. So I would argue that in the long term, we're able to change it.
But what happens when they default in the short term because they're not able to joint file?
In the short term, they're more worried about putting food on the table than getting an education.
How can they do that if they're defaulting?
Senator Maher.
Senator Ma, great speech. So just a question. As I told you in my speech, there's a new backlog because the USCIS offices are now closed. Aren't they going to resort back to these old mechanisms of looking at the marriage requirements in the future?
I don't think so, because the administration and like the agencies underneath want an excuse to deport these, so they're not going to resort back to a policy that enables more citizens to stay or immigrants to stay in the U.S.
That, but they still have to be partial in some way about the way that they're going to do this. So aren't they just use the most simple mechanism, which is looking at these marriage files?
Questioning time.
I wouldn't depend on that.
The questioning time has elapsed. Speaker may mute himself. Senator Jawar, is that a motion?
I move the previous question.
Is there a second? Seeing as everyone has spoken to this legislation with unanimous consent, we'll move on to voting on this piece of legislation. All those in favor of passing, please raise your placards at this time. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I believe that's 7. And all those against? 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. On a vote of 7 to 5, this legislation does in fact pass. Senator Jawar.
I call for a 5-minute recess.
There a second? We'll now move into a 5-minute recess. Please be back by 1:31. We do have 1 minute left of this. Seeing as it's 1:31, I do believe we're still missing a couple people. At least their cameras aren't on. So we'll just give them a second. All right, great. I believe everyone's back. And at 1:31, I call the session back into order. We will now move into debate over legislation FC, a bill eliminating the use of gender on US passports. Is there a sponsor? Again, is there a sponsor on this legislation? Is there a first F? Thank you, Senator Zhou. You have the floor unopposed.
I thank the chair. This is Senator Zhou speaking for the second time this legislative session. Seeing as this is my last speech, it's been an honor to serve and round with you guys. All right. I'm at the leisure, those above me, so any indication. All right, sounds good. The gender-neutral pronoun they was used to describe someone's features as early as 1386 in Geoffrey Chaucer's The Canterbury Tales. Historically, literary geniuses have used gender-neutral diction in writing, but it's sad how America places itself on a pedestal for acceptance when we've taken a step back even centuries later. Despite all the fiction that's used gender-neutral pronouns, it's a fact. The United States has to catch up on gender acceptance. So let's look to my legislation today and see exactly why we affirm. Let's talk about a bill eliminating the use of gender on US passports. Section 1 specifically states that all passports will no longer designate sex. Rather, it'll designate the letter X. But then the applications will require individuals to select M, F, or X. This is important because it essentially gets rid of all gender designations that exist within US passports at the moment. But this is important because first, it reduces the need for doctors to validate gender identity for government ID. Let's begin by talking about how doctors in the status quo deal with the idea of treating transgender patients. Reuters in 2018 tells us that many physicians report a lack of familiarity with transgender transition care guidelines, lack of training in transgender specific care, lack of exposure to transgender patients, and lack of knowledge about transgender patients among office staff, medical assistants, or nursing staff. What does this mean exactly? Well, the current healthcare system's lack of understanding for transgender patients makes it significantly more likely that transgender patients won't get the documents that they need to update their IDs with their preferred gender. But the problem with that, as the National Center for Transgender Equality in 2016 tells us, is that many state and federal governments have intrusive and burdensome requirements, such as proof of surgery or court orders, that have made it sometimes impossible for trans people to update their IDs. But then the National Center for Transgender Equality quantifies the amount of people that couldn't update their ID, telling us that 1/3 of all transgender patients have updated none of their IDs or records. So looking at my legislation today, it allows all constituents to just put an X next to their sex instead of a gender on their passport. But why is this so important? Well, we see that the healthcare system has continued to fail our constituency. When the healthcare system continues to fail our transgender constituents, the federal government shouldn't be making them jump through even more hoops with a healthcare system that doesn't understand them just to feel represented on an ID. Affirming my legislation today ensures that our transgender patients are no longer bound to the healthcare system just to feel like they belong on the US passport. But secondly, my legislation today increases involvement and opportunities in the military. Because despite their continued participation in the military still refuses to recognize transgender people who serve, which is problematic because it limits the scope of whether people can get documents or Veterans Affairs coverage. The National Center for Transgender Equality, Access This Week, tells us that it's estimated that over 15,000 transgender people are serving in the military today, and they face barriers from obtaining updated service records that do not out them as transgender and from receiving Veterans Affairs coverage of necessary medical procedures. Transgender people in the status quo are afraid to get service records that don't out them because the nature of being transgender is very sensitive in the United States. So they still need coverage that doesn't allow them to be transgender. In fact, opportunities and involvement in the military are dependent on accurate passports that our transgender constituents can't get. The US Bureau on Consular Affairs in November 2016 tells us that maroon official passports are issued to officials or employees of the US government and to military personnel when required by the country of destination. This means that to be further involved in either government or military service, you have to have accurate passports or documentation. But when transgender constituents are afraid to come out, then their passport is inaccurate to what they believe or what they choose to identify as, which reduces their chances to actually participate in increased opportunities across the board, whether it's in service or the military. That's where my legislation comes in handy. Affirming means that gender is no longer a barrier on passports, leading transgender military and service members to be much more involved in the military and service. The Canterbury Tales recognize gender-neutral pronouns in 17,000 lines. Today's legislation does that in 12. While the lines might be less, the impact is greater. Affirm.
Thank you for that speech of 4 minutes and 12 seconds. All questioners, please rise. That will go first to Senator Mazumdar. Or excuse me, Senator Cox, you have the floor.
So you explained how our like non-binary Americans shouldn't have to put their gender on their passports. Then why in today's legislation does it say you have to put it on your application? Like, what's the difference?
Well, they still have the main issue is that the passports right now have a big problem with only listing these two genders. But when you put it on the application, that's fine because they can still choose which one they want to identify as.
I agree that the passport shouldn't have a gender, but why then do they have to be on the application?
Well, because that's still important.
Senator Mazumdar.
So what are some other extremely legally important documents of identification?
Well, you could still use a driver's license.
Right.
There are a variety of
license, birth certificate, all of which are state approved, all of which don't fall under the purview of this legislation. How will a mismatch in gender pronouns on legal documentation affect the non-binary community?
The reason why my legislation today is so exigent is because states have already taken the lead in this type of creating a state document.
It's the minority of states. What about the majority of trans people living in
today's
states?
legislation spreads that out and makes sure that all non-binary people have of documentation.
Hi, Senator. So generally, like, how long does it take for this legislation to be implemented? Like, how long does it allocate?
I believe it allocates.
It's about like 10 months, right?
Yes, 10 months.
So how long does the actual process take? Like, how long is it supposed to take to change all the passports to only have X?
I'm not sure. You can tell me, but it's changing the technology.
It's 24 months, which is more than 10. How much does it cost?
I'm also not sure. You can tell me.
It's over $11 million.
The thing is, though, that we've already been producing passports. We are flexible when it comes to the technology required.
Senator Pontes.
Senator, so it's extremely hard for a person to change their gender, correct? On their passport?
Yes.
Okay, so today's bill simply adds another gender option, correct?
It's not a gender. It's not an option.
It's an option for an X, correct?
It's not an option. It forces people to put an X on their passport.
No, it adds an option. It adds M, F, and X.
That's only for the application. For the actual passport, my legislation states that.
Okay, so how does that make the process of changing your gender legally easier?
It's not the process of changing your gender. It's about having documents.
With that, the question time has elapsed. The speaker may mute himself. We're now in line for a negation speech. All negation speakers, please raise your placards at this time. There we go. We have some. Great. We'll start with Senator Mazumdar.
Thank you. You just heard from me. That's Mr. Mazumdar, spelled M-A-Z-U-M-D-A-R, pronouns he, him, his, as always, at your leisure. Good. Great. Even better. Okay. Last summer, I learned that even a few stamped pages bound together could threaten your well-being. I was visiting my grandparents in India and was taking a connecting flight at the Mumbai International Airport. The airport spends nearly $57 million a year on security alone due to the continuous threat of terrorist violence. I was stopped by border agents for 20 frightening minutes where they scanned my luggage repeatedly, rifled through every page of my passport, and interrogated me in front of my mom. They eventually confiscated a nail clipper, which I had brought with me, but for a few seemingly never-ending moments, I got a glimpse at how being viewed as an outsider in the customs process felt. However, I recognize no two experiences are the same. Regardless of my background, I cannot hope to speak on behalf of or even represent the trans and non-binary community in today's debate as a cisgender male. And that is why, from an entirely moral standpoint, I represent the negation's advocacy for you today. Now, in an ideal world, I believe this legislation should not even be on the agenda. The spirit of debate invites multiple perspectives on a variety of issues, which allows us to broaden our understanding of different policies in the context of the many types of people they affect. However, it is equally important to know what is not our right to debate. In this situation, we're expected to hold a debate about people's simple right to be a fully documented citizen of the country as their true selves, in the same context as a debate about tax policy. Now, I want to make it clear that I'm not against what this legislation is trying to do. Those who wrote it, affirm it, and negate it all come from a place of genuine respect and desire to help the trans and non-binary communities. But I personally believe that having us nitpick a legislation that directly informs someone's ability to express their identity is inherently counterproductive. However, it is our responsibility to do the most we can on legislative ends to advocate for policy that promotes the rights of non-gender conforming folk and uplift their voices. That's the conversation that we've brought out of this legislation. However, that conversation is only meaningful to have if we acknowledge who is not in the room. And that's where my problem with this legislation lies. Section 3 states that this bill will be enacted by the Department of State, which makes sense for the logistical aspects of changing passport identifications. However, nowhere in this legislation does it specifically include a place for non-binary and trans folk to have their voices heard. Here's why neglecting non-binary voices in their policy is so detrimental. In June of 2019, Candace Norwood from Governing, a newsletter that documents local legislations, tells us that state governments, like the author just said, have already been trying to implement similar policies to this one. Arkansas, Colorado, Indiana, Maine, Minnesota, my home state of New York, and Utah all offer non-binary IDs. But as of April, their marriage forms and birth certificates still required applicants to select their gender as either male or female. In California, San Diego resident Van Ethan Levy says they continue to face difficulties obtaining services even after receiving a non-binary license and birth certificate. For Levy, it highlights the potential challenges with implementing gender change policies, but I let them speak for themselves. They say, even though legally things are changing, where is the training on how it's being implemented? There's no accountability. They go on to say that the state has to cultivate awareness about how much gendered language is used. It's a matter of educating people. I agree with these words wholeheartedly. Although I have respect for all 12 brilliant minds in this room, we need to understand that we aren't experts or representatives on everything, especially not when it comes to people who we can't specifically relate to. We need a solution that includes the affected population in the legislative process. Now, before I yield the floor, allow me to leave you with this. Out of the thousands of congressional debaters across the country, due to a combination of hard work, resources, and luck, we 12 have the privilege of representing this activity for the next couple of hours. Let's prove that we stand for creativity, inclusion, and diversity, and let's protect our vulnerable constituents for a better solution. Thank you.
Thank you for that speech of 4 minutes and 7 seconds. All questioners, please raise your placards. I'll first start with Senator Zhou.
So non-binary and trans folk can still express their identity under the sex option X, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so then doesn't today's legislation essentially still offer them that outlet to represent their identity as a whole?
No, representing their identity starts in the legislating process. The fact that there are no trans people or that this process includes majority cisgender people is inherently false. And it's the reason why I'm failing this legislation.
Sure,
we need to count a solution which includes the affected population in the process of legislating.
Okay, so moving on, if you have state—
Senator Rodriguez.
Hi, Mr. Mazumdar. So you tell us that your main concern is that there really is no inclusion of transgender people in the passage of this bill, right?
Absolutely.
Wasn't this bill inspired by local movements by transgender communities to have something like this?
This bill was inspired by Representative Ro Khanna's documentation from California, which is really similar. But in both instances, trans people were not part of the process. We need a counter solution that can actually include that.
I understand that, but wasn't the bill heavily inspired by local movements by transgender
not
communities?
the same as being debated alongside.
Senator Donaldson.
Hi, would you agree that our non-binary constituents deserve representation if their rights are being violated?
Absolutely.
Right, so where do they turn to for that right now?
The ACLU and other nonprofit organizations.
Right, but we as Congress don't have a lot of legislation on board, right? So it really looks at the Supreme Court and how they decide on cases. Can't we use this piece of legislation to influence the Supreme Court's policy?
We should, but that's still not a reason to exclude.
So it's a net benefit. We can influence the Supreme Court's constitutional decisions.
Trans and non-binary.
With that, the question time last. We do have one more block. Would anybody like to take this one extra 30 seconds? Going once. Senator Zhou.
Okay, so continuing my previous line of questioning. So if you have both state ID that's supplemented by state law and federal ID that's supplemented by this federal law, then doesn't it inherently make it easier for any transgender or non-binary folks to like actually overcome any obstacles?
Great. So for some things like Medicaid, you need multiple sources of documentation to prove your identity, right? For healthcare. So for example, if you have a passport that says one thing, but birth certificates, wedding certificates, and like driver's licenses which mismatch, you can be considered not a valid individual. And that's because trans people weren't part of the legislating
With
process.
that, the question time has elapsed. Speaker may mute himself.
Thank the chair.
Seeing as that was a speech in the negation, all affirmative speakers, please raise your placards. Once again, all affirmative speakers, please raise your placards. Seeing as we don't have any affirmative speakers, we'll move on to the second negation. Senator Cox, is that a motion?
Yeah. Motion to address the chamber.
Granted.
Does anyone have an AF or like is preparing an AF? Okay. 1, 2. Okay. Cool.
Yeah, I would just like to remind the chamber that since this will be the second negation speech in a row, we do need an affirmation speech afterwards, or we have to stop debate on this legislation. Just
I
for the
can be
clarification.
done
of the
in
chamber.
like just a couple minutes. I just need to finish one thing. But
Okay,
yeah,
great.
I will be ready by the next speech.
Okay. Senator Joe, was that a motion?
I was going to motion for recess, but I guess we could just go through second neg.
Yeah, I think we've resolved it. Senator Maher? Okay, same thing. Yeah, we've resolved it. So once again, I'll call for any affirmative speakers just to make sure. Seeing none, the second negative speech in a row. All negative speakers, please raise your placards. I'll go to Senator Ma.
I thank the chair. This is Senator Ma speaking for surprisingly early on the second time this session. I'm at the leisure of all those above me, and just give me an indication when you're ready. A desert mirage is a phenomenon where those lost in the scorching desert heat see the image of an oasis, a lush paradise filled with trees and water. But unfortunately, that vision is nothing more than an illusion, leading weary travelers off the path to safety and towards their ultimate demise. This legislation presents us with an illusion of inclusivity and liberty, but it's time for this Congress to clear its eyes and its mind and realize the ramifications that lie behind that shimmering mirage. So I'm going to present to you two scenarios. First is the realistic world, and second is the affirmation world, and showed to you why in both worlds we ultimately have to negate. So this legislation, despite its good intentions, is quite simply infeasible, because this change in passports is going to force the Department of State to redo their entire system in less than 10 months with no funding. And let's see why that's patently impossible. Because the US Department of State explains on March 6th of 2020 that in order to ensure that even a single passport issued to a plaintiff with an X sex designation functions properly like a passport with an M or an F designation, a host of modifications will be required to the entire system for issuing passports and recording their information. And the department estimates that these modifications would take approximately 24 months and cost roughly $11 million. Senator Zhao, this legislation simply isn't realistically feasible. But okay, let's take for a second the affirmations arguments at their highest standing and assume that the Department of State somehow manages to implement this legislation in time and cut millions of dollars from their own budget to pay for it. Understand that this situation is actually astronomically worse, because on the off chance that this legislation does somehow implement, it will non-consensually obliterate the ability of American Muslims to make their religious pilgrimages. Because Michaela Morgan from the Special Broadcasting Service explains on June of 2017 that Pakistan joined New Zealand, Germany, and India and Nepal in offering a third gender option on travel documents, marking a major milestone in transgender and non-binary recognition on an international scale. However, countries like Saudi Arabia don't consider their identity nor allow entry in the country for carriers of passports with X markers, even for the religious pilgrimages of Umrah or Hajj. So based on this argument alone, the passage of this legislation simply cannot happen because it fundamentally uproots the constitutionally protected religious freedom of our Muslim constituents. When we mandate that all passports in the United States have this X designation in the place of a gender assignment, then Senator Zhao, I understand your concerns about the healthcare system's mistreatment of non-binary Americans, but it literally prevents our Muslim Americans from being able to embark on their necessary religious pilgrimages. But if this specific solution comes at the cost of the religious freedom of millions of Muslim Americans, I must say this simply isn't the way to go. But furthermore, let's address Senator Zhao's arguments on a more philosophical level. Because rather than legitimizing the humanity of transgender Americans, this legislation simply covers up the root of the issue with a false solution that its supposed beneficiaries don't actually want. So Lean Holzer from the International LGBTI Association explains in September of 2018 that the introduction of a third legal gender can transfer social legitimacy upon people who do not exclusively identify as male or female. But on the other hand, abolishing the public gender registration would fail to do this, given that non-binary persons would be institutionally no more visible than they are in the binary gender registration. So essentially what this means is that this legislation is not Congress's recognition that non-binary Americans exist. This legislation is Congress's recognition that discrimination in general exists. But Senator Mazumdar is right. When debating legislation regarding non-binary Americans, we should be listening to those people. So don't just take this from me. The article continues that surveys on non-binary persons show that only 41% would support the elimination of public gender registration altogether, whereas 73% would favor the introduction of a third gender category, which isn't what this legislation does. Understand that this legislation sidesteps the fundamental issue of the validation of the humanity and rights of non-binary and trans Americans. At the end of the day, it's nothing more than a mirage, and we have no choice but to negate.
Thank you, Senator, for that speech of 4 minutes and 3 seconds. All those who wish to question, please raise your placards at this time. Of those standing, that will first go to Senator Mehta.
Hey, so are we the only country who affords people the option to put an X on their passport?
We are not.
Okay, so do you know around how many other countries have complied?
More recently, I think it's somewhere between, I don't remember, but somewhere between like 20 and 50.
Yeah, it absolutely is. So why should we operate under the assumption that other countries won't look to our precedent and follow our policy?
Right, because Saudi Arabia has shown time and time again, despite international pressure, to continue disallowing even Muslims who have the X designation to enter the country.
That's one country, but when other countries did change their
But they're the
policy,
location of that religious pilgrimage.
Do you think Saudi Arabia's policy is abusive?
No.
No, you don't think it's abusive.
Oh, I thought you said inclusive. Yes, I do think it's abusive.
Do you think the United States should just sit down and accept these abusive policies on the global stage?
I think that even if you argue in the long term, we're going to try to convince Saudi Arabia to change. In the short term, millions of Muslim Americans are restricted from their
convincing them to change. It's a matter of willing to say, will we accept this or not?
Well, we can accomplish that by doing what 73% of LGBTQ plus Americans want.
Legislation accepts that.
And with that, the question time has elapsed. The speaker may be muted. Now, I just want to address the amendment that was proposed in the chat, if you all can look to that for a second. And Senator Jawad, that is granted. So as per the TOC rules for the amendment, I will rule it germane because I don't feel like it changes the intent of the legislation. But for us to actually debate this amendment, we would need a 1/3 majority before we can begin that debate. So I will just read the amendment out loud. Section 3 shall be amended to include the Department of State will invite the National Center for Transgender Equality to assemble a task force of leaders within the transgender and non-binary community to ensure adequate implementation of the legislation with consideration for gender, sex, minority safety. So that will be the entirety of Section 3 of this legislation. If you wish to debate on this legislation, I'll now be holding a 1/3 vote. All those in favor of debating this piece of legislation, please raise your placards now. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That does reach the 1/3 majority of 4. So we will begin debate over that legislation. Ms. Cox, is that a motion?
Yes, motion to previous question on the debate on the amendment.
Is there a second for that motion? All those in favor, please raise your placards now. It's lagging, give me 1 second. Assuming unanimous consent, we will move to the previous question for this amendment. Those in favor of passing this amendment, please raise your placards at this time. Again, those who wish to pass, please raise your placards. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. That does meet the simple majority needed. So the amendment does in fact pass. You can read the chat in an interest of time. That is what section 3 will be composed of. Are there any questions? Seeing none, we'll move on. As that was the 7th speech under my jurisdiction, there will be one more speech before I hand over the presiding officer authority to Senator Fadmi. So without further ado, that was the 2nd negation speech in a row. Seeing that, all affirmative speakers, please raise your placards at this time. That will go to Senator Farage unopposed. Well, yeah, on recency, Senator Farage.
Everyone, that's Senator Farage for the 2nd and final time in today's legislative session. I just wanted to say thank you to all the seniors who are graduating and whose competition this is the last. You guys have been a really big help with guidance in the last few years, and I wish you all the best of luck in the rest of your lives. Can I just get an indication from the judges when they're all ready? 1, 2.
Right before you begin, I just want to say that Senator Mehta and Jawari, your points are granted.
I'm also using a personal timer once again. All right. Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. once said, "If you can't fly, then run. If you can't run, then walk. If you can't walk, then crawl. But whatever you do, you have to keep moving." For members of the transgender community, when it comes to discrimination, it feels like we haven't made progress for decades. And I understand that today's legislation won't solve all of the gender issues inside the United States, but at the very least, we take another step towards progress. Remember Dr. King's sentiment and affirm today's legislation. Let's answer a few basic questions and see why this legislation can be implemented and can be effective. The first question, what is the functional use of a passport in the status quo? Kurt Wagner of the Professional Convention Management Association explains in a fact sheet updated just last month that passports are used to provide a source of identification and US citizenship for international travel and can be used as an alternative to real ID, which will be needed as identification for domestic travel by the end of the year. I'm pretty sure no one else in this chamber is confused about what the actual purpose of a passport is, but realize that literally all it's used for is identification. So in this sense, why is a gender marker obsolete to provide identification during travel? A July 2019 article by Eric Basconi of the Center for Digital Government explains that biometric facial scanning programs are increasingly replacing passports at airports, processing international travel. They compare facial scans to prior US records to ensure that individuals can still be identified as US citizens. In fact, these programs are already being used at locations like Tampa International Airport and San Francisco International Airport in my home state of California. Realize we already have the technology that we need to replace passports, and this technology needs absolutely no information about a person's sex or their gender. This just goes to show how insignificant a gender marker is to the functional purpose of passports. And Senator Ma, as an actual Muslim American, I am willing to take these extra steps to provide a separate piece of identification if that means that every single member of my community can still be allowed to prosper. But the next question, why is it so important that we eliminate these gender markers? An August 2010 article by Robin McKee of The Guardian explains a phenomenon known as neurosexism, which explains that our gendered culture influences individuals' instinctive likes and dislikes and exaggerates the actual biological differences between men and women. But as a May 2019 article from the New York Times explains, gender-conforming parenting is increasingly being ruled out as parents, rather opting to raise their children within a non-gendered culture. It's pretty clear that our society is ready to move forward. And according to the proposed amendment, we are now actually including members of this community into the legislative process. They are proving to us firsthand that gender is not an important identifier for people. If these families can live their lives without their children having to use gender markers, our US ID system can do so as well. But Senator Zhao has already talked about the benefits of this legislation on the transgender community. So I'd like to explain how when we embrace a society in which gender isn't viewed as a person's #1 identifier, we stop confining America to gender normatives as a whole. The annual report of psychology, released in September of 2017, explains that gender stereotypical expectations influence the way we judge the abilities of self-identified women and men. For instance, they actually cause higher expectations of those who identify as men in general ability and tax performance domains, whereas those who identify as women are evaluated more favorably in terms of warmth, empathy, and altruism. Understand, when we pass this legislation, we can finally push forward into a world in which men don't feel like they have to silence their emotions and women don't feel like they have to put on a skirt just because they feel it's the only way to be taken seriously. Pass this legislation and we make progress as a whole.
I will have to cut you off as that was 4 minutes and 15 seconds.
Sorry, I didn't.
All those wishing to question, no worries, no worries. All those wishing to question, please raise your placards at this time. Of those, that will first go to Senator Cox.
Okay, so I agree with you that gender is obsolete in identification on passports. But then why does today's legislation make you choose a gender on the application?
Because essentially within US records, if you choose to have your identity as male or female, you should still be given the option. But on the physical sheet of paper, you don't need that option.
But why, if it's not there for identification, what's the use of it? Like, why do our records need to exist if not for identification?
Well, if someone self-identifies as male or female, they should still have the opportunity.
Without my passport application, right?
I mean, sure, but
Senator
like,
Maher.
it doesn't harm
Senator
at all
Frosch,
today.
bouncing off the previous line of questioning,
Yeah.
if you want gender to be so obsolete, isn't it somewhat insulting to include Section 2A in this bill?
No, I actually don't think so. I think that having those applications gives a person who wants to self-identify as male or female, even if they're like transgender and want to identify as what they transition to, it gives them that opportunity. Or they can be gender neutral.
Senator Frosch, you literally just said that this is only matters like literally in discrete records. Why is this an adequate way of like identifying?
I mean,
With
if
that,
you really
the
dislike it, we can
questioning
take
time has elapsed.
Yeah.
Questioning time has elapsed. The speakers may mute themselves. And seeing as that was the 8th speaker under my jurisdiction, my short-lived time as presiding officer has come to an end. It has been an immense honor to be your presiding officer. I hope I was able to live up to your expectations. I hope that everything from the speeches to the questioning to the even amendment went as smoothly as planned. And with that, I do want to hand it off to Senator Fotten. Thank you, guys.
All right, thank you very much. Congratulations on everyone for being here. Really quickly, would the judges like to take a recess or should we just move forward?
I'm okay to keep going, but I'll go with the majority.
Yeah, I saw a bunch of thumbs up for moving forward. Okay, before I actually get into any procedures, they are the same. I just wanted to quickly say that for that specific precedence and questioning, I actually, the point of order was that it was going to belong to Ms. Maher and then Ms. Cox. So I floated that way to ensure that later on it's as smooth as possible and no one's getting,
yeah, the lag on my computer is like kind of screwing things.
No worries. I just want to make sure.
But yeah, that's why I called him. Yeah, but go ahead.
That being said, I would like to say that first and foremost, I didn't have access to a printer. So although my time signals are the same, it'll just be fingers instead of actual, timing. So for everyone in the chamber, you'll have exactly 1 finger at 3 minutes, 2 fingers at 3 minutes, 30 seconds, 3 fingers at 3 minutes and 55 seconds. And then I'll count you down for the last 5 seconds. With that being said, questioning has already been established. I'm going to give you this at exactly 10 seconds, which means please start concluding, and I will speak over you in order to get to the next speaker. And I wish I don't have to do that, so please don't. Ms. Cox, do you have a question?
Yeah, is the counting down from 3:05 to 3:10 or from 3:10 to 3:15?
It'll be from 4:10 to 4:15, excuse me.
4, yeah.
Yeah. Mr. Jawar, do you have a question?
Confusing. Yeah.
I was just gonna ask, and this is completely at the discretion of the chamber, but just like with some of the internet lag, it to me seems like it's a little bit easier if you go like count down from 4:05 to 4:15, counting down with 10. But I mean that's completely at the discretion of the chamber, whatever y'all want.
Yeah. So if that's going to work with the chamber, that works with me too. All right. Cool. With that being said, let me just get my timer out. Judges are good to go. All right, well, that was a speech in the affirmation, so all speakers in negation, please rise. Between those standing, it'll go to Representative Cox.
Thank you. That's Representative Cox whenever everyone is ready. Awesome. In 1938, the Nazi Reich ministry invalidated all Jewish passports and had them reissued with a J. 7 years later, the Nazis killed more than 11 million Jews. If I've learned anything in this Congress, it's that we rarely listen to history while preaching about our future. I beg you to listen to our past. First, fail today's legislation because it puts a target on non-binary Americans. By collecting the identity of those who identify as X, today's legislation marks them the most vulnerable to be exploited for bigoted political gain. The US State Department Privacy Impact Assessment, accessed this month, discloses that all passport application information is immediately available to the State Department's online peer network. Esquire magazine, August 30th, 2018, details the increasing recent instances where US passports issued to Hispanic citizens of South Texas were singled out based on application information and confiscated by the Trump administration without due process for the reason that they alleged that the midwife birth certificates were unreliable. Unfortunately, though, using passports to feed red meat to one's fanatical base and persecute those is nothing new. Cynthia Brown, in her 1983 book, Americans Watch, details how tens of thousands of opponents of the Chilean dictator Pinochet were forced into exile and their passport applications marked with an L so the secret police could identify them and keep tabs on them. Having the same gender X on everyone's passport is fine. In fact, I agree with that. But putting an X on one's application can mean something completely different. We fail today's legislation because we live in extraordinary times when even American citizens are torn from their families and sacrificed at the altar of bigoted political expediency. Today's legislation opens that door, and after we pass, we have no way to close it. But second, you also fail today's legislation because you might be wondering, if not today's legislation, how do we solve the very real problem of discrimination that many Americans face today? Well, I propose that we just eliminate passport gender designations completely on the passport and on the application. Senator Farage is 100% correct when she says that in this high-tech age, gender is nearly obsolete for identification, and thus it produces no legitimate purposes. Reuters, March 9, 2020 reports that the Chinese firm Hanwang's widely used facial recognition system is 99.5% accurate. Actually, I agree with nearly all of Senator Zhao and Senator Farage's speeches, but when I ask them why you still have to choose gender on the application if it's not on the passport, they can't give me a clear answer. Senator Farage says that we need it for our records, but what use are those records if we don't need identification in the first place? We don't put race on passport applications to target racial minorities. We don't put religion on passport applications to target religious minorities. Why should we add a completely separate gender for our non-binary Americans to put a target on their back for the gender minorities? Fail today's legislation because the best policy is to eliminate it on both the passport and the application. The best policy is to just not ask. Today's legislation doesn't promote unity. In fact, it only furthers divisiveness. We fail today's legislation because we are debating a need rendered obsolete by technology, and all you do by passing today's legislation is repeat history. Look into the future, don't repeat the past. Fail.
Thank you, Representative, for that speech of 4 minutes and 9 seconds. All questioners, please rise. Between those standing, it'll first go to Representative Farage.
Hi, Senator. What's the intent of this legislation?
I would say that it is to help our non-binary Americans.
Yeah, but the title literally says we're eliminating the use of gender on passports. right?
I don't identify a legislation based on the title. I do it based on.
Okay, sure. But if we were to just propose an amendment to take out that section 2, would that change the intent of the legislation?
I don't think it would.
So why don't we just do that?
Sure, I'll do it after
Cool.
Representative Mazumdar.
Hi, Senator Cox. So if in the status quo, the government knows your gender somehow, whether it's through your birth certificate or driver's license, why is Section 2A unique?
Because it's not that they're going to like separate like a female from a male. It's that we're putting a target on the back of our non-binary Americans.
But we're doing that on state documentation all across the country. So how is Section 2A doing anything?
No, on state documentation, you either choose male or female. I'm saying that you're adding a completely new.
All right, thank you, representatives. You may now take your placards and, or will not be seated, I guess be muted. And go ahead and, Ms. Faraj, go ahead and put that amendment in the forum. All right, that was a speech in negation. All speakers in affirmation, please rise. All right, Representative Sun, you have it unopposed.
Thank you. That's Senator Sun.
And before you continue, Representative Zhao, that is granted.
Second time today, SUN. Again, on the affirmative. When everyone's ready, I'll be happy to begin. Great. And let me pin the PO. Awesome. Cool. We've come a long way from our discriminatory history as the US government. From the anti-gay politics of the 1980s to the Supreme Court decision legalizing same-sex marriage, I'm proud of the progress that we as a government have made toward gender inclusivity. But unfortunately, it's not happening fast enough. If we truly believe in a paradigm that values every gender as equal and inclusive, we're going to supercharge our venture into the future. That only happens when you pass today's bill. I want to pass today's bill to change the entire paradigm on gender identity by identifying what is going on in the status quo. Right now, you see countries moving toward a third option. The Guardian in March explains that already 13 countries have made that move to a third option, with the UK saying they will do the same if there's an international trend to do so. In other words, if you fail today's legislation, you'll see that trend continue. But today's legislation flips that narrative because it states that there will be a universal X displayed on all passports as the alternative to what other countries are doing with their third option. Senator Ma explains that other countries don't accept X as a gender in the status quo. But here's the thing, if you pass this bill and every member of the United States now has an X on that passport, it would be absurd of that country not to allow any US citizen to enter its borders because we are that influential. Let me use empirics to back that point. The Washington Post explains last August that Saudi Arabia's ambassador to the US just stated that women now don't need a male guardian's permission to travel. In other words, our country has the leadership capacity to influence other countries to opt for a universal X instead of the trend that is a third gender option. Here's why that's so important. The entire negative is predicated on the assumption that if you fail today's bill, the status quo doesn't change. But that's not true at all. We opt for a comparative, where a universal X is better than a third option in two ways. First, if you opt for a third option, that increases scrutiny at airports when you choose that option. But if everyone now has to choose that X as displayed on the passport, that scrutiny cannot exist. The US Transgender Survey explains in 2013 that 35% of transgender people identify as non-binary. Passing this bill protects them above all else. Transgender Europe continues in October of 2017 that in Europe, 28 of respondents have felt the need to commit suicide. But out of everyone, non-binary respondents were 2 times more likely to self-report a bad state of mental health. Senator Mazumdar, I'm completely on your side when you say we need more representation when debating these legislative proposals. But when there's already a trend in the status quo going toward a third option, we need to take action now before it becomes too late and the safety of our non-binary population becomes compromised. But even further, I'd like to offer another reason why Universal X is preferable. It recognizes that there are way more than 3 categories of gender. Pew Research explains last December that 42% of Americans say that a form should include options other than a man or woman for those who don't self-identify as either. And Gender Spectrum explains in 2015 that most adults aged 18 to 34 in the US see gender as a spectrum. When are we finally going to realize that a universal X is the only way we can address the problem that gender is a spectrum and not limited to 2 or 3 categories? That happens when you pass today's bill. The letter X represents much more than a universality of our humanity. It also represents itself. We need to cross out our discriminatory past, move toward the future, and pass today's legislation.
Thank you, Representative, for that speech of 4 minutes and 4 seconds. Questioners, please rise. Representative Ma, I believe you have it unopposed. And Representative Zhao, it's granted.
Hi, Senator. So I'm a little confused. Like, from the perspective of, for example, Saudi Arabia, why does allowing diplomats specifically in their country mean that they also have to make the exception for all American citizens across the board?
Saudi Arabia is so reliant on the United States that it would be absurd of them to not allow any US citizen into their country.
So are we willing to like go off of the assumption that it would be absurd for Saudi Arabia to not do this?
Saudi Arabia is not going to continue their policy if it means that no US citizen.
Representative,
but if they make the exception for
Senator
diplomats.
Sun, so under the status quo, given that the vast preponderance of non-binary identifying individuals don't actually want this legislation, isn't this just confining the restraints of their identity?
I'm not, I understand that there is a majority of people that don't want this legislation, but that's not considering the fact that if we fail this bill, there's going to be that third option instead, which is far less preferable for safety because it increases the amount of microaggressions against these non-binary.
We are knowingly taking an action, advocating against.
Thank you, representatives. Due to a lack of time, you may now take your placards and be muted. Really quickly, I was approached with an amendment. I'll go ahead and read that amendment out for you. The amendment was from Ms. Faraj to eliminate Section 2 of this legislation and replace it with the words, the U.S. passport applications shall no longer require any indication of gender or sex within. Unfortunately, I believe this would change the purpose of the legislation, and therefore I'm going to rule it dilatory. With that being said, are there any motions or anything else before I continue? Seeing none, we'll now continue debate. That was a speech in affirmation, so all speakers in negation, please rise. That'll go off precedence to Representative Maher.
I thank the chair. Just give me one moment.
Take your time.
Thank you.
Actually, a quick note to the chamber. I notice all of you guys are texting. You guys are, excuse me, not texting. You guys are texting me privately to re-enter the chamber. Just go ahead and re-enter. It'll save you time. It'll save us time on efficiency as well.
Awesome. All right. For my judges, that's Senator Maher, Maher. Speaking for the second time today, thumbs up whenever would be awesome. Great. All right, it looks like everyone's ready. Capitol Hill is wrought with misunderstandings about transgender and non-binary individuals. Take, for example, politician Mike Huckabee, who stated that he wishes he had pretended to be transgender as a child so he could spy on girls showering. And even more, a proposed law in my home state of Virginia, which took it a step farther by mandating that adults perform physical checks on children to verify their gender before allowing them to enter a restroom. It's time for us as a Congress to start attempting to empathize with non-binary individuals in our nation by acknowledging their struggles and rights. But understand that when it comes to both our passports and our policy, it's not as simple as checking the box. Let's go down the bench and understand why every single argument of the affirmation falls. First, let's start with Senator Zhao, who champions the affirmation's advocacy, essentially saying that today's legislation will help to prevent invasive doctors' visits. But it appears he doesn't actually understand the very nature of his own legislation. Because according to the Foreign Affairs Manual, Section 8, 403.3 subparagraph B, it stipulates that when an applicant applies to change a gender on the sex line of the passport application with information different from the one reflected on some or all of their citizenship evidence or prior passports, they still require medical certification from a licensed physician who's treated the applicant or reviewed and evaluated their medical history. That process doesn't change under today's legislation, under Section 2A, because when people go to change their passports and their sex after 2021, a physician certification is still a prerequisite. Why is that such a problem? Well, according to the New York Post, on October 23rd of 2019, cost is a major barrier for 1 out of every 3 transgender individuals, especially those of color and with disabilities. But it's not just cost, it's tremendous stigma, just like what Senator Zhao on the other side just already told you about. But the implications of that stigma can be fatal. The 2015 US Transgender Survey found that 40% of transgender people have attempted suicide in their lifetimes, with a preponderance of survey respondents citing a lack of access to adequate, supportive healthcare. That's why nearly a quarter of transgender individuals don't seek healthcare in the first place because of fear of disrespect or mistreatment. Today's legislation mandates that in order to legally affirm their identities and undergo this application process, already vulnerable transgender individuals must surrender to a broken, inaccessible healthcare system riddled with overwhelming stigma and mistreatment. Let's put it in even more simple terms. This Congress tells people that if you can't pay to be seen, and if we don't like the way that you go about conducting a physician's visit, we don't see you. But next, let's address the arguments of Senator Farage and Senator Sun, who both tell you that we're moving away from passports and the status quo and moving away from gender. That should be the reason that you actually fail, because in the status quo, we already have solvency for this very issue. The Hill writes on September 20th of 2018 that there is already precedent for a federal judge ruling that the State Department cannot deny a passport to a person who declines to select either male or female as their gender in their passport application. I think that given what Senator Ma on my side already told you that most LGBTQ+ individuals don't actually want the solution, rendering the task forces that Senator Mazumdar implemented in the amendment both ironic and obsolete, ultimately, why should we even be making them select this choice in the first place when in the status quo, they literally don't already have to? But at the end of the day, the very fact that the title of this bill misconstrues sex and gender is emblematic of the misunderstanding in this Congress. Let me distance myself from Senator Cox. Even if you want to not have government records, 9 states and even more are already recording these records by issuing X's on these forms, meaning that even if you don't have it from the federal government, it's on the state level. But not only that, at the end of the day, I don't need to tell you that we live in unprecedented times. The fact that I'm speaking to you from my computer and not from our Capitol building is emblematic of that. But it's clear that amidst these unprecedented times, it's time we set a new precedent, one of understanding, advocacy, and empathy.
Thank you, Representative, for that speech of exactly 4 minutes and 15 seconds. All questioners, please rise. Between those standing, it'll go first to Representative Sun.
Thank you. So in your speech, you talked about the federal precedent that courts have set. What's the international precedent?
So I'm sure you could tell me what you would be referring to. Different countries internationally have.
So 13 countries have already have legislated a third option. Why should we prefer a third option over a universal X?
I don't understand why you would advocate for a piece of legislation targeting a specific group when they literally are opposed to it, given the fact that this group is already a disenfranchised.
I can agree with you there that most people disagree with it. I'm just asking, what's your alternative?
Representative Contes.
Hi, Senator. So you talk about how individuals have to undergo an evaluation when they change their gender, correct?
Yes, exactly. When they undergo the
Okay, so why would these individuals go to change their gender if it immediately classifies everyone as X?
Wait, no, that's not what it actually says. All U.S. passports shall require individuals to select male and female.
No, I understand that, but why would they go to change their gender if it classifies them as X anyway?
No, because they have a previous passport.
Thank you, representatives. Due to a lack of time, you may now take your placards and be muted. That was a speech in the that was a speech in the negation. All speakers in the affirmation, please rise.
Point of inquiry.
Yes, Representative Maher.
Yo, just wondering, can you count 10 seconds from 4 minutes? Because I heard the lag, and so I thought that I was at 4:10, as my timer also showed. So
no, I did count 10 seconds. I just counted it from 4:05, considering we have till 4:15.
Can you count it from 4 minutes in the future? Because of my lag, I only saw that like a little bit late.
So we're supposed to count down to 4:15, and I don't know how I'd be able to do that with only 10 fingers. So I understand the lag. You didn't go over time, so you're good to go.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, don't worry. All right, that was a speech in negation. All speakers in affirmation, please rise. Between those standing, it'll go to Representative Rodriguez.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. For the second and final time today, That's Christian Rodriguez. Whenever you're ready. Cool. Good. Seems like everyone is ready. And I'm assuming my presiding officer is ready as well.
Of course.
Beautiful. In the past few decades, our message of progressivism and accepting everyone has grown strong. And yet, despite the fact that on the national level, we promote equality, that on grassroots levels, there are people who are fighting for this equality every single day, it is still not achieved. There is still rampant discrimination, violence, and harassment just for being who you are. That's why it is so necessary this federal Congress legislates national action that permanently changes this and makes sure we make positive change. Please pass this bill. I'm very surprised the affirmative advocacy has not talked about one of the main issues occurring in the transgender and non-binary community that is occurring right now. The fact that hate crimes and harassment are rampant right now. With the National Coalition of Anti-Violence Programs in April 2017 explaining 72% of hate crime homicides were against transgender women, and transgender people were 7 times more likely to experience police violence. And the reasoning behind this is unfortunately quite simple. People in this country don't accept those who are transgender, but it goes a little farther than just them just hating anyone who isn't like them. It also has to do with the fact that they just don't understand what's going on. We don't have enough conversations or enough discourse in this country for everyone to be properly educated and everyone to properly understand who others are. Luckily, that's where today's legislation comes into place. Because when you consolidate Representative Farage and Representative Sun's analysis about how today's legislation not only allows us to accept the spectrum and allows us to have unity, but when you take into consideration the fact that people are being discriminated against based on their passports, you allow for this unity and this allyship. With Vanita Mehta from the Brandeis University on June 29th of 2019 explaining that the lack of accurate reflections of gender identity prevents unity with the LGBT community. However, passing today's legislation to eliminate this problem and only having gender neutral options immediately fixes this. And she continues that this would allow for allyship, which increases social justice and activism. Why? Because on a federal level, we are taking a stance that says we accept everyone for who you are. And as a result, everyone will be treated equally. And by far, that is the most important impact in this round. But fundamentally, the negation doesn't have any problem with this intent or this purpose. In fact, they mostly agree with the affirmative. The only problems the negative has is with the actual enforcement of this legislation. And I want to go down those arguments and explain why all of their concerns should be thrown out the window. First, let's begin with Representative Ma, who tells us 2 main arguments. First, that countries such as Saudi Arabia will not accept this application and will not accept gender neutral options. But Representative Sun correctly knocks out this argument, telling us that the United States is one of the most influential countries in the world. How on earth would Saudi Arabia just say no to 350 million Americans? It doesn't make sense. Second, Representative Ma also tells you that under today's legislation, it would be impossible for the Department of State to have gender neutral applications for every single person. But Representative Ma, guess what? That's what Congress is for. If a department can't coordinate with a legislation because they don't have enough funding, we as a Congress can give them more funding if our bill is the reason why. But then Representative Cox tells you that this legislation is fundamentally detrimental to those who don't want to be outed. And Representative Cox, I'm very upset the amendment didn't pass. I would have happily supported it, but don't worry, it's still not a reason to fail this bill because Representative Mazumdar correctly points out in cross-examination, this is already happening in the status quo with the Movement of Advancement Program in 2017 finding that nearly 40 states already have whether or not you identify as male, female, or other as public information. Unfortunately, Ms. Cox, this is already happening in the status quo. If anything, this legislation is a net positive as a result. Lastly, Representative Maher tells us that the application process is and fundamentally detrimental because of the cost to the transgender community. I'd argue simply because this is an already rampant issue and we can eliminate hate crimes and have more unity, that is by far the most important impact. And that's why you must pass this legislation.
Thank you, Representative, for that speech of 4 minutes and 15 seconds. Again, all questioners, please rise. Between those standing, it'll first go to Representative Maher.
Hi, Senator. So
Hi.
you just said you're essentially okay with straight, white, cisgender individuals being able to fill out this application process when it comes time for them to renew their passports, but LGBTQ individuals not having access to it. How is that emblematic of your side whatsoever?
So it's not that I don't understand this argument how they don't have access to it.
I told you that cost is a major barrier for a third of transgender people. That means that they're not
Right,
going
but
to afford being able to undergo the application process in the first place.
I understand that, but this legislation makes it like equal for everyone, no matter if you're male, female, or other. It doesn't really matter like who you are. You can still
Representative Cox.
Hey, so you say that my speech is not a reason to fail because people are already being outed on the state level. So using that logic, if everyone else is discriminating on a state level, does that mean we too should discriminate?
That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is I think the problem you outlined in your speech is already in the status quo. I think it's better beneficially if the federal government says
What is the harm in preventing that on a national level when anyone can have access?
I just don't think the harm is large enough.
Thank you, Representatives. You may not take your placards. Thank you, Representatives. You may not take your placards and be muted. Really quickly, I would like to apologize to the chamber. I didn't have Representative Maher crossed out on my precedence chart, so I accidentally gave her that question. But for further notice, I will be more careful of that. Thank you, Representatives. That was a speech in the affirmation. All speakers in negation, please rise. Representative Pontes, you're unopposed.
Thank you. This is Representative Pontes speaking for the second time today. Just give me a thumbs up and maybe hold it for a second so I can see everyone. Thank you. Okay, sounds good. Living in India for 4 years, I constantly flew back and forth. Never once did it cross my mind that the instrument I used to travel, my passport, was a weapon of discrimination. A lack of labels, cutting off their wings, the identity of a person shoved aside like baggage. For some, this isn't just a source of turbulence, it's a sentence of death. But stand with me in the negation because this legislation isn't solving their plight. Firstly, this is not the classification that we're looking for. For years, Americans have fought to be recognized for who they are. But this legislation fundamentally undermines the fight that these minorities have advocated for so long to have, to be recognized correctly. Dr. Eric Grallman, a sociologist from the University of Richmond, explains that sex and gender are two very different things. Sex is the biological difference between males and females, whereas gender is an individual's concept of their gender identity. Most people identify with gender now rather than sex. As we've established in this chamber, many people identify as a gender and may not have the traditional genitalia to correspond with that gender. But look at Section 1. This adds the X under the sex label on passport applications. If you're going by what this classification would mean, it would mean that they have both male and female parts biologically, which isn't what they're fighting for. To get the representation that Senators Zhao, Mazumdar, and Ma have advocated for, we need to focus on ensuring that legal documents are reporting under gender, not sex. Using sex to identify them would be offensive, incorrect, and contradictory to their gender and their identity. It's a misclassification of the people that are fighting to be classified correctly. The New York Times on September 27th of 2018 tells us that in many countries that X classification is only available to intersex people, a minority that faces widespread discrimination as a person born with both sex characteristics. Not only are you misinterpreting the label of people who identify differently, you are undermining the situation of people born with both characteristics. I applaud and I agree with the legislative intent to add representation. But Congress, we need to add representation correctly. But second, stand with me on the negation because there's no protection for the identified. Senator Cox brought up how Americans can be discriminated against domestically, but that's not where the dispute lies. It lies with foreign countries. Senator Ma brings up the idea that Muslims will not be able to go home because of the X, to which Senator Donaldson has tried to refuse that in questioning by saying other countries have the X as well. But understand, as CNN on October 3rd of 2019 explains, only 30 countries have made this change. That leaves 165 other countries our constituents can be discriminated against in. Shannon Kerr from Refugees and Citizenship Canada Institution argues that the government should check with embassies to ensure that this identifier doesn't bar entry and make this information publicly available. Nothing in this legislation does that, and there is no guarantee, Representative Sun, that our current administration will take proactive steps to contact countries to contradict their verdicts. In fact, our current administration trends to doing exactly the opposite. A passport should be liberating. At least for me, it was a symbol of my ability to go anywhere. But for thousands of non-binary Americans, it is restrictive. We need to change the plane of perception where sex and gender are the same. Let's fight against that perception, not make it a reality.
Thank you, Representative, for that speech of 3 minutes and 36 seconds. All questioners, please rise. Between those standing, it'll first go to Representative Zhao.
Hi, Senator Pontes. So how much clout does the United States passport have on the international realm?
Depends where you're talking about.
So given the amount of visas that are given to U.S. citizens and given the amount of travel that U.S. citizens can engage with their passport, how likely is it that a U.S. citizen is going to be barred from a country?
I mean, I'd argue pretty likely because not everyone is at our place with like where our society is revolving around. But what I'm arguing specifically is that our current administration hasn't shown any trends to standing up for these people.
Representative Mehta.
So is the X classification going to be labeled as sex or gender on the passports?
Sex. That's my entire argument and misclassifies that.
Doesn't the bill literally word for word say gender designation of X?
No, in section 1 of the legislation, it states that U.S. passports no longer designate them under the category sex. That's literally the legislation.
Section 2B. All U.S. passports shall be issued with a gender designation of X. They are recognizing that it's gender, not.
Thank you, representatives. Unfortunately, we don't have any more time. You may now take your placards and be muted. Representative Rodriguez, granted. All right, that was a speech in negation. All speakers in the affirmation, please rise. Between those standing, it'll go to Representative Mehta off precedence.
I thank the chair.
No
Hi, everyone.
problem.
That's Senator Mehta again. I will be timing myself. Just let me know when you're ready. One of the last speakers today. Thank you. Thank you. Awesome. Everyone good? Great. Can you all hear me all right?
Last year, Merriam-Webster Dictionary named the non-binary pronoun they as the word of the year. And while it may not seem significant to us, for the trans community, it's a symbol of recognition after years of being swept under the rug, because their government seldom acts in their favor. I'm so tired of it. Listen to their voices. Listen to what my side has been telling you from the very beginning of today's debate. Pass today's legislation, because it's absolutely the only option if we stand for equality. First, let's ask ourselves one critical question. Which side best upholds the right to self-expression? Senators Farage and Stein lead the affirmative by pointing out factors that the negative fails to consider: the state of mental health, the possibility for other nations to follow suit, and more. But I think that Senator Zhao has brought up the most important impact in today's round at the very beginning of today's debate. We eliminate the need for transgender individuals to undergo reassignment surgery to shift their paperwork with the approval from a doctor. This point has not been contested by the negative thus far. But the American Progress finds in 2012 that amendment passports reflecting an individual's current gender will be issued upon submission of a certification from a physician confirming clinical treatment appropriate from that gender's tradition, along with processing fees. The unique impact of this point that no one has seemed to pay any attention to is that we help low-income LGBTQIA+ populations. And that's because Business Insider finds in 2019 that the cost of medical treatments can add up to more than $100,000, and they're often not covered by health insurance. But Senator Pontes actually recognizes the intersex individuals living in our country in her last speech. But their plight actually only goes to support this legislation, because often they actually need to undergo childhood non-consensual surgeries to avoid perceived stigma of X in their future life. But when we pass today's bill and implement a universal X, people no longer need to fit the shackles of what a gender is supposed to be. And we end up shifting the gender paradigm for all. The only real rebuttal we've heard from the negative is from Senator Maher, who tells you that in order to change their sex after 2021, physician certification is still required. That's literally false, and it's rooted in the text of the legislation, because all passports are going to be printed with the universal X. That's what the negative fails to take into account. And then Senators Ma and Mazumdar bring up this idea of how trans individuals aren't in the support of this form of expression. Now, I'm not really sure where this argument came from or why senators on my side, like Senator Stein, began to concede to this argument, because that's literally not true. In fact, for the very legislation we're trying to pass today, a whole movement of support exists from the trans community. But moreover, if anyone recalls, we passed an amendment in the earlier part of this session that allows us to work alongside our very own people we're trying to represent to ensure we're remaining conscious of our implementation. At the highest ground, the most significant impact the negative has brought up today are related to cost and the minute wording of the legislation. But are you kidding me? They don't pale in comparison to what my side keeps telling you about suicide rates, about non-consensual surgeries, about independence for people who are constantly told to be something who they are not. These are real people we are talking about. These are children. These are people of our country. They are not politics or policies. Recognize your impact as a lawmaker. Recognize the power of your ballot and stand with me and pass today's legislation, because we're able to shift the gender paradigm as a whole. It's one step in the right direction. It's one step to ensuring that people can be who they want to be in our society. As a government, let's stand by our people who face the most amount of backlash, stand with equality and support, and pass today's legislation.
Thank you, Representative, for that speech of 4 minutes and 3 seconds. All questioners, please rise. All right, between those standing, it'll first go to Representative Mazumdar, excuse me.
Okay. So when you pass today's legislation, will the government still have info on our citizens' gender?
Yeah, they will. That's one of the clauses in the legislation.
Right. So how do we make it any easier for them to transition if the federal government has a database of every single person's gender in the United States?
So I think that the reason that a lot of the stigma and repercussions they face occur is because, like, when you go and interact with different people and show them your legal, like, federal documentation, it's perceived to be not like exactly what they are. And that happens in, like, passports.
What happens when the government categorizes them without their consent under Section 2A of this bill?
That's like, as
Representative Donaldson.
still represent themselves.
Hi, I agree that in the short term, we're able to expand identification procedures. But what happens if states ramp up reactionary policies against them? Where do they turn to?
Like what?
Like, what resources do LGBTQ minorities turn to if states—
No, my question to you is what reactionary policies? That's a super unclear.
Well, the bill isn't in place yet. If states put reactionary policies against them, who do they turn to for protection?
I mean, this bill is a form of protection. I'm not too sure what you're saying.
Thank you, representatives.
Yes, it
Due
is.
to a lack of time, you may now take your placards and be muted. That was a speech in the affirmation. All speakers speaking in negation, please rise. I'll ask again, speakers in negation. While I highly frown on a one-sided debate, all speakers in affirmation, please rise. Between those standing, Representative Jawar has precedence. A note to the chamber, if I would highly encourage the next speech to be a negative speech, or else we would be forced to move the previous question.
President. For the judge's reference, that's Representative Jawar. It's spelled J-A-R. I'm seeing some smiles and nods. If y'all could just let me know if anyone is not ready. Okay, we can get started then. The beauty of American democracy is our ability to grow as a nation while staying true to our roots. When you open a passport, one of the first things you read is that America was founded in 1776. That doesn't mean we must reflect the same social values of 2 centuries ago. As America moves forward, so must we pass this legislation. We have reached the end of this debate, and still, no one on my side has answered the #1 question on the negation, championed by Senator Cox. Why do we ask for gender on the application at all? I am going to spend the next 4 minutes answering that question and that question alone. First, Senator Cox, it is to provide confirmation to children's gender identities. A March 2020 report from the Human Rights Council explains that non-binary youth often struggle to find confirmation of their identities in society, as the vast majority of media that seems official, like legal IDs, is heteronormative and only focuses on the binary genders. However, by passing this legislation and creating non-binary options on passports, you show them that what they're feeling is real and that official documentation recognizes it. Now, Senator Cox, if you do not ask at all, and if you get rid of gender, they do not get this confirmation. Why is this so important? A March 2018 report released by Nicole Ryder in the Journal of Pediatrics finds that non-binary youth are 200% more likely to exhibit poor health, as they often try to reject their identity due to social and institutional pressures. For many children, any type of identity documentation, from a school ID to a United States passport, is the most official thing in their lives. Senator Ma, our response should not be to ignore who they are. It should be to welcome them. But next, Senator Cox, you're worried about endangering non-binary Americans, but I am morally opposed to this argument. It is akin to encouraging non-binary individuals to hide their identity instead of this them. I am not going to say that the presence of bigots is justification for people to silence who they are. I will go after the criminals instead. This Congress should do the same. Second, pass this legislation to improve the mental health of non-binary Americans. Senator Zhao touched on this, but it's been forgotten ever since. I'm bringing it back because even if you buy every single thing that the negation has told you, this sole argument outweighs everything and mandates that you affirm. A March 16, 2020 report by Dr. Aidan Shine, professor of Drexel University, finds in a cross-sectional analysis of almost 30,000 transgender adults in the United States that having their gender misrepresented on their government ID was associated with significantly higher rates of serious psychological distress and depression. Senator Maher, you're asking why we give everyone an X? At the very least, it means that those who cannot afford surgery are not misrepresented. But why is this so important? A September 2012 report by Ronald Kessler, professor at Harvard Medical School, finds that 50% of non-binary adults experience clinical depression, and they exhibit 400% more suicide attempts than cisgender ones. Senator Ma, even if we buy your argument about pilgrimage, this is much more important because it literally is a matter of life and death. It is extremely difficult to find your identity and almost impossible to stay mentally stable when society is making you an outcast at every single turn. Many of these Americans fight a tougher battle every day in their head than any of us have ever had to in our lives. The State Department should not be one of the enemies.
Thank you, Representative, for that speech of exactly 3 minutes and 55 seconds. Questioners, please rise. All right, between all three standing, it'll first go to Representative Ma.
Hi, Senator. So you talked about the importance of gender validation for mental health, which I agree with. But let's understand that, like, how come when the majority of people in this community actually prefer a third option, which is an equal form of validation, why is this alternative better?
This legislation gives them a third option on the application.
Wait. This legislation mandates that all people's gender assignment just becomes X on their passports. Why is a third option worse than this?
That's the most inclusive way of making sure that intergender individuals are
okay,
also
but doesn't a third option...
So you say that providing the option of X for non-binary Americans is really important to make them feel legitimized, right? Yeah. So then why is it only provided on...
It's provided on the application in order to confirm their identity. It's not on the actual passport to avoid discrimination.
If you're really concerned about confirming their identity, why don't you place an additional gender on the passport?
You lose all the benefits of decreasing the importance of gender.
So then you conflict your own argument.
Thank you, Representatives. You may now take your placards and be seated. A note to all judges, I added about 3 seconds onto that questioning time because there was a little bit of audio lag and I wanted to make sure everyone got 30 seconds. All right, that was a speech in the affirmation. So all speakers in negation, please rise. Representative Donaldson, you're unopposed.
everyone. Once again, my name is Emily Donaldson, speaking for the second time this legislative session. Happy to help out the negation today. Let me know whenever you're ready. I'm more than happy to begin.
And this will be the last speech of the round.
Good, all good, awesome. As we're at the final part in today's debate, there is one thing that every single senator in today's round agrees on, that we as a Congress are fundamentally defenders of freedom and social justice champions. However, I think this Congress is a lot more culpable than we would like to admit, because our past failures are being repeated again with today's piece of legislation. Let me make something essentially clear. Questioning authority should be a value that is actively practiced in democracy instead of a slogan that we absently stand for. Today's piece of legislation is being passed too soon. We do not have the normalized legal conversations and language in place to allow it to be successful. First, let's look at Senator Farage and Senator Cox on two sides of today's debate, but they essentially boil it down. Senator Farage explains that we should always be willing to identify others in the ways that they see themselves. I completely agree, but she also concedes that gender isn't really necessary to identify at all. Now, Senator Cox agrees on that point, but explains that the main reason why she's on the negation is that non-binary people will feel abused even for identifying, that reactionary policies will be taken out against them as a result of today's piece of legislation. Let me make something very clear. This isn't a hypothetical we have to worry about for the future. This is something happening right now. The American Civil Liberties Union in June of 2019 explains that Senator Mehta was correct when she states that hospitals are doing everything they can to try to improve access to medicine for transgender youth. What she didn't explain is that just last year alone, there was a 20% spike by states having reactionary policies in regards to that change, with 42 new state bills being created in January alone. That is a huge problem, but it's not just because of Senator Cox worried about ideological differences. It's literally because our Supreme Court cannot be there to defend them when they are in trouble. The Law and Society Review in March of 2015 explains that the Supreme Court has the doctrine of judicial finality. Essentially, they have the final word on evaluating the meaning of due process or justice for LGBTQ minority groups. However, it's really hard for the Supreme Court to have any type of state or official statement on gender identity because Title VII of the Civil Rights Act of 1964 still has incredibly vague language that they're not sure how to fix. This is because there are three key cases in the Supreme Court right now regarding LGBTQ youth that have not yet been decided, but are expected to reach a decision in the next few months. That is how the Supreme Court will shape how gender identity is treated in legal conversations. We cannot pass a piece of legislation before we are ready to have Supreme Court backing to defend our constituents. For that reason, that is why today's piece of legislation fails on face. But next, Senator Mazumdar on my own side explains that today's piece of legislation shouldn't really be debated at all. I disagree with that on premise because it's only through having conversations as a group that we can create progressive policy, but we cannot pass without looking at the future precedents of our actions. That is where today's piece of legislation fails. Finally, look to Senator Sun, where he explains that a universal X could be established as a result of today's piece of legislation. One, there are no protections for people who might want to have that in place because this piece of legislation is being passed too soon. But second, if we pass today's piece of legislation and states up reactionary policy, that will lessen the amount of LGBTQ youth who want to come out and explain what their gender identity is. It will lessen the number of our non-binary constituents who feel comfortable going through this passport process in the first place, meaning we go back to square one. Today's piece of legislation is good in intent, but doesn't take us for full legislative action. I urge everyone in today's room to stop looking at social justice as a zero-sum game. One group is advanced while the other one is held back. Let's work to take everyone forward. Protect democracy by failing this piece of legislation. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative, for that speech of 4 minutes and 15 seconds. We'll now have our last questioning period of the round. All questioners, please stand. Between those standing, it'll first go to Representative Jawar.
Hi, sir. Are you familiar with the Civil Rights Act of 1965?
Yes, I just read part of it.
When Congress passed it, was there a concern about backlash?
Right. So I'm happy to address that. There was a small concern about backlash, but
it
took so long to be able to discuss the legal terminology, nothing was actually done to create.
Okay, so my question is, do you think if Congress failed that legislation, citing backlash as the reason, that would have been a fair reason to fail it?
Hold on a second. I'm not suggesting that we fail for backlash alone. I'm suggesting that we allow the three.
I think that's most of the negation, right?
Three LGBTQ.
Thank you, Representative Rodriguez.
Pass this bill.
Hi. So you talk a lot about state backlash in your speech. How many states will you actually see such reactionary policies from?
Right. So just in like 13 states that I referenced for the ACLU document, that's what happened. And let me make it clear, I'm different than the other negation speakers in saying that I don't want this to be passed at all. I want it to be passed in the future, but not until our court cases regarding LGBTQ youth are resolved.
Right, but couldn't you say that those 13 states already in the status quo are discriminating against?
Thank you, representatives. Due to a lack of time, you now take your placards and be muted. With that being said, we don't need a motion for previous question. We have reached our cap. So I am going to automatically call for orders of the day and the previous question. All those in favor of passing this legislation, please raise your placards to the screen. That's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All those that wish to negate this legislation, please raise your placards to the screen. That'll be 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. On a vote of 7 to 5, this legislation will pass. Congratulations to the sponsor, Representative Faraj. You're still on mute. I'm going
to adjourn.
What happened? Yeah, we are calling for orders of the day, so that will be an adjournment. There were 24 speeches given in this round, a lot of questions. Before we adjourn, as this is going to be my last ever tournament competing in high school, I just want to say thank you to TOC for hosting this, and thank you to my coach, Derek Davis, for forcing me into it. And last but not least, to every single speaker, every student watching that wishes to be in this room next year, just remember, your voices matter, what you do matters, and that's the best way you're going to make it to this stage, and unfortunately enough, hopefully in the Senate stage with my fellow colleagues as well. And with that being said, thank you, representatives. It's been an amazing 4 years, and I'm proud to adjourn this chamber for the final time.
All right, congratulations, everybody. Here's how it's going to go. We're going to take about half an hour, give the judges time to finish their ballots. We are going to keep the live streaming up, reason being taking it down and then trying to restart it might be a little bit much. So if you're going to remain in the room, just know that your audio and video will be recorded. Otherwise, we are... take some time, relax, decompress. It is, I guess, just about 3 o'clock East Coast time. I'm trying to translate from Arizona. So at 3:30, start coming back in, and we will hold awards, and awards will be live streamed as well. All right. Judges, make sure that you're filling out both the Congress final as well as the PO final ballots. You'll find the presiding officers on that separate ballot. Give each presiding officer a single speech score, and each competitor should have 2 speech scores. If you have questions about it, you have Dr. Sensor's number. Text her and we will do tech support for you. Otherwise, congratulations on a wonderful round. Thank you.
Congratulations, everybody.
Thank you.
Great job, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you so much
Thank
for
you,
judging.
guys.
A pleasure.
Alex, were you watching the round live?
I was watching a portion of it, yes.
Like, after the first speech when there were no negatives and at the beginning of the second bill when there were no sponsors, I was like, what in hell's name? Like, even virtually, they're not together.
So Jason, I'm happy to talk about that, but you are being recorded and there are other judges in the room. So
Fair.
text me all you want or we can chat later. Come on, Adam Jacoby, you know I got that.
We only ranked to 8, correct?
Correct.
Yes, that is correct.
Tab, can y'all confirm that you have my ballot?
Yes, I have your ballot, Jason. It is in.
Cool.
And let me confirm. Yep, I have both. Thank you.
My pleasure. Are y'all just doing the announcement of the final finishing order at 3:30?
Yeah, it will be here at 3:30.
Awesome.
Hi, Alexandra. I think I'm done. You want to confirm?
Absolutely. Give me 1 second.
Sure. Thanks, everybody, for your leadership, especially you, Kevin. Adam, always good to see you.
Likewise, John. I also really like your avatar. It's really cute.
All right, John, you are in. Judges, what I have done is if you finished and you're waiting and want to excited and see the results, I've dropped in the chat box a link to the YouTube channel. That way we can have just the kids be in for the award ceremony at 3:30, and you can still see who won and is doing well in the tournament. So if that's all good with you, I appreciate all of your service, and I'm going to miss your faces. So thank you so much, and hopefully I'll see you sometime.
Thanks. It's always great to serve.
Thank you.
And one of you had a great background in Congress behind you. You were judging.
Politico magazine for that one.
It was good effort. I've seen that before. Actually, I lived it for a while.
Thanks for the opportunity, y'all. Great round. Can't wait to see how it turns out.
The same.
Awesome. Thanks,
The
Jason.
same.
Thank you,
Bye.
guys.
Thank you.
Hi, Nick.
I just want to make sure I can back out here without killing the meeting. So.
Okay. Oh, that's true. Do we have to give power to somebody else? Adam?
Yeah.
Kevin?
Yeah, you need to make somebody else the host. I'm just staying in here till we start awards just to make sure the YouTube stream stays live. So
Make me the host since I'm going to do the announcements. So
I'll be out in a minute. I'm just copying the link.
Oh, no worries.
Can I ask a quick tab room question?
Sure, Amanda. Do you want it to be live and recorded?
I'm just wondering if I hit submit on the ballot and I have another tab open with the comments, if that will mess anything up. That's all I'm wondering.
Usually once you hit submit, it locks you out of the comments.
Okay.
So finish your speech comments before you hit submit.
Perfect. That was exactly what I was looking for. Thank you. I'm just wondering if I hit submit on the ballot and I have another tab open with the comments, if that will mess anything up. That's all I'm wondering.
Usually once you hit submit, it locks you out of the comments. So finish your speech comments before you hit submit.
Perfect. That was exactly what I was looking for. Thank you.
All right, so it looks like I successfully ceded control. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Tim.
Thank you. We really appreciate it.
bye, Tim. Good luck with running the Wisconsin State Congress.
Yeah, after this, I have pretty good confidence that it should go okay doing the state Congress. I still have to figure out how to get people into their rooms the right way, but otherwise it doesn't seem too unmanageable at this point.
Agreed. Let me know if you need a judge.
I will do. Successfully ceded control, so thank you very much.
Thank you, Tim.
Thank you. We really appreciate it.
Bye, Tim. Good luck with running the Wisconsin State Congress.
Yeah, after this, I have pretty good confidence that it should go okay doing the state Congress. I still have to figure out how to get people into their rooms the right way, but otherwise it doesn't seem too unmanageable at this point.
Agreed. Let me know if you need a judge.
I will do.
As some of the competitors are starting to come back into the chamber, make sure that you're renaming yourself, and we can do away with the participant. We know who you are. I think just your full name will be good at this point. Congratulations, we're still waiting on some ballots, so it'll be a few more minutes. Thank you.
So hey everyone, as everybody's gathering back, if you are a senior who happened to participate in the final round, I just want to let you know about a couple of things. First of all, we use a ton of alums from all across the country every year to put together the legislation packet. If you are interested in being a part of that drafting process, we absolutely do invite you to participate, but on two conditions. The first condition is that you cannot be coaching anybody in the TOC or be involved with a school that's participating in the TOC. So if you do have that interest, I said earlier, this is my last year, so I'll be turning over that responsibility over to Ms. Gruber. So if you want to reach out to toclegislation@gmail.com and let people know that you have an interest in participating in that process, we're more than happy to include you as long as you remain unaffiliated. And to that end, a lot of the judges that you saw this year that were marked as hireds, they actually weren't hired. They were alums from all across the globe, literally coming to watch your rounds and give back since they were able to do that in a virtual format. So again, if you're a senior and you want to participate in some way, shape, or form in that legislative writing process, just reach out to toclegislation@gmail.com and we'll have a reminder of how to get a hold of you when we start that process next year. Second of all, Mr. Burlett today, as he goes through the award ceremony, will likely ask you where you are going to school. And people often ask us, why do we do this, right? So the reason we ask you where you're going to school is selfishly that we can promote that you are bringing help to all sorts of different communities throughout the country. So many of our former competitors have gone on to start programs, coach, help out in tab rooms. So we hope that this won't be the last time that we see your faces, and that different people will have the opportunity to reach out to you. So a great example that I can give you is my former student is Nathaniel Hilton. Some of you may know him. He went to school at UPenn and has been really active in coaching in the local Pennsylvania community this year. So we hope that many of you will give back in that same way. So again, congratulations. And I'm going to check and see where our status is. And as soon as Mr. Burlak comes back, that means we have all of the ballots in. Okay.
Dr. Sensor, is this your last tournament?
It is. It is my last tournament ever. Oh, thanks, guys. Yeah, this is my 26th year. I started as an 8th grader. Yeah, so a long time ago, but now I'm gonna go run a high school. So, and I'm currently happy that it was online because I broke my ankle and I wouldn't have been able to come, but for it being virtual. So I have been elevating my foot in a cast the entire tournament. So yeah, but it is my last tournament, and I'm definitely gonna miss all of you. It's been a lot of fun.
Well, I think on behalf of all of us, thank you for everything from like Yale my freshman year to now.
Which means you appreciated me yelling at you at some point in your career.
That was Yale sophomore year.
Oh, great. Well, good. Well, I'm glad to have made a difference. I know my coaches certainly made a difference for me. It was really nice today. I got to sit down and like write out a thank you list of all the people who sort of have impacted me. And there are still coaches of mine who are still doing this. So it's been fun. Uh-oh, Mr. Jacoby's trying to talk, but he's muted.
Thank you, Dr. Sensor. I wanted to take the opportunity to also thank you. Many of you may not realize it, but Dr. Sensor was my wedding officiant. And so you never know the friendships that you build in this activity, what they mean for you on a deeply personal level as well as professional. So Alex, it has been a true pleasure to work with you over the years. And everything you have contributed to making me better as a professional and raise tournaments to a higher level of standard has been amazing. So thank you.
No, you're welcome. All right. I don't do public crying. I'm an ugly crier, so we're just gonna be okay with that. Oh. By the way, thank you guys for debating some really difficult legislation. One of the things we've tried to do in the last 5 years is put out to the best and brightest minds some of the most complicated issues that people don't want to engage with and don't want to touch because they're scared. But if you guys can sit down and prove that these conversations and dialogues can happen, then it sets a direction and a role model. And I was very proud to see how you all handled some things. We tried to build in some flaws into the system to make it work, and we hope that happened. So, but I think you all did a great job. This is me beeping with all of our tab room texting chain. So, all right, that means we're close. I'll be right back.
While she's doing that, I'll just put in one more little plug for the Congressional Debate YouTube channel. If you subscribe and you get your teammates to subscribe, that just elevates the availability of those videos on folks' feeds. And I promise to leave those videos there in perpetuity as a teaching tool. There just aren't enough free videos out there for congressional debaters. So this is a good start.
All right, just because you know I like to tell you what's going on for sake of transparency, we're waiting on one judge for the main round and then one judge for PO. So as soon as that's in, we'll do a quick audit and then we'll get right back to you. All right, one judge, she's almost done. So out of curiosity, guys, out of all the bills you debated this entire tournament, did anybody have a favorite?
That USTR one made me cry because I was overthinking it so hard, but I did. It was fun to debate.
Okay.
I like the controversial speakers bill. I think that was like really relevant. Really like that speech. Yeah.
They're good to know.
I thought the joint income tax one was like my favorite. It was super interesting because I think that like the other debates, like we didn't really engage with the morality too much, but this one I felt like we could do that. It was super interesting.
Yeah, a little something different.
I kind of thought the prescription one from prelims was a really interesting debate.
Yeah, it's interesting. We don't often talk about people who are visually impaired. So it was a whole nother community that we sort of got to like focus in on for sure. So do
I
any
like
of
the post-COVID one with the economy.
you like that one? I'm gonna take credit for that one. I
Yeah.
wrote that one. So
That one definitely took a lot of knowledge to debate because every single section was something new.
yeah, I try to throw lots and lots of avenues for debate into that particular piece of legislation, figuring that you could go
Yeah.
multiple ways.
Oh yeah, that was a good debate. For sure.
I think I speak for everyone when I say that all of these bills were very prevalent, and I think that's important because we all debate bills, that have happened or probably had like some issue with like passing, but all of these bills like really mattered, and so and now that it's live for everyone to see, I think that even like makes it seem even more impactful. So
Yeah, so the philosophy behind the TOC's legislation process is that we try to identify things that are underreported stories and create full rounds out of a particular topic so that difficult things can't be avoided, right? So we try to like create the themes, and then what we do is we come up with 7 to 10 suggested avenues for thought, and we send it out through like a sign up genius to probably about 70 drafters, and we say give us what you got, and a lot of them are actual policy writers. So the whole goal for us is that we don't want it to be things that you've debated during the course of the year. We want them to be legislation that is relevant. So I'm really happy to hear that you felt like they were relevant. Our original goal wasn't to have COVID-based pieces of legislation, but as the drafters were writing things, that became part of the process. And we did debate whether or not we were going to have a COVID whole round, but we decided, since it touches on so many different parts of our lives right now, that we just kind of filter them throughout the rounds. So. And let's see if we are fully in or not yet. Nope, still got one more judge. They must be thinking really hard. It means you guys gave them a good debate. So.
I have a question. Are ballots going to be online after this?
Genevieve, my guess would be absolutely that they should be online. So we've gone through and done all of the audits for everything, and then they should just be accessible as soon as Mr. Burlett has a moment to hit the button that allows you to see them. So.
Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I don't think I'll be the one hitting the button. I think I will delegate that to Mr. Palmer or the UK people.
Good call. How many of you are seniors? Nice.
For the other seniors, have you guys decided where you're going? Because when they brought up that, I was just like,
Fair enough. It is a little hard at this point to figure that out, isn't it? I've had a lot of empathy for all of my seniors because I'm like, how do I get to say goodbye to people? Like, it's a little odd. So it's like an electronic hug, but it just feels weird. I don't want to hug my computer. Mr. Burlap, I'm going to text you. Okay, so apparently I get to have the fun and we're just going to get started while we wait on that last person. So the way that this is going to work, if you can go ahead, I'm going to call on you. I'm going to ask you to introduce yourself to the community, let everybody know where you're from. And then if you happen to know where you're going to school, you can mention that. There is no pressure to do so under any way, shape, or form. And we'll start from there. So also just tell us your grade as we go through. So just not the seniors. And if I mispronounce your name, I apologize. This is why I always avoid doing award ceremonies. Okay, so let's start with Senator Sun.
Hi, I'm Andrew. I'm a junior. I'm from California. Yeah.
Got a school you go to you want to give credit to?
I go to Harvard, yeah. Sorry.
Okay. No worries. Senator Mazmudar?
Hi, I'm Arjun Mazumdar.
Mazumdar.
I'm a junior. I'm from New York City, and I go to the Bronx High School of Science.
Senator Mehta?
Hi, I'm Marcia. I go to Doherty Valley High School in California. I'm a senior and I'm still deciding where I'm going.
Very good. Senator Ranjan?
Hey guys, that's Arian Ranjan. I'm a junior at American Heritage School in Plantation, Florida. And just a quick shout out to all my coaches. Like, all your help this weekend has been amazing and it's definitely paid off for me. So thanks.
Senator Rodriguez?
Hi, I'm Christian. I also go to American Heritage Plantation with Arian. And same as Arian said, thank you to all my coaches, Mr. Levesque, Mr. Quintana, Mr. Dennis, Mr. Orlowski. It meant a lot. Thank you.
Senator Fatimi?
Hi, everyone. My name is Syed. I go to Alief Kerr High School in Houston, Texas. I'm a senior, and while it's not 100% confirmed, after a gap year working for a tax company, I'm going to be attending Princeton University.
Good. All right, Senator Jawar?
Hi, everyone. I'm Rohit. I'm a senior at John F. Kennedy High School in Sacramento. Next year, it looks like I'm going to be attending the University of California, Berkeley.
Senator Pontes?
Hi, I'm Rachel Pontes. I go to Bel Air in Texas, and this is like my first year in Congress, so I'm really grateful to be here.
Oh, you. All right, Senator Ma?
Hi, I'm William. I'm a junior from Naperville Central High School in Illinois. I just want to say thank you to all my friends and everyone who's like supported me, and I'm really honored to be here.
Great. Senator Zhao?
Hi, I'm Alex Cho. I'm from Adlai E. Stevenson in Illinois. I just like to say thank you to like all my coaches and friends, people who supported me. Go Pates. Yeah.
Senator Antaru?
Hi, everyone. I'm Manu. I'm a senior at Thomas Jefferson High School in Northern Virginia. I've been doing Congress for a while now, so thank you a lot to both Ms. Baki and Joe Mergita for always being there. Not 100% sure where I'm going to college yet.
Fair enough. Senator Maher, is that right?
Yeah, that's right. Hi, I'm Kaitlyn Maher. I'm a junior at the Potomac School, and I just wanted to thank all my coaches, especially Max, Strong, and Reagan, for all of your support, and just to all the seniors who are leaving. You all mean so much to me, and I'm going to really miss y'all next year.
Senator Cox?
I'm Genevieve. I'm from WB Ray in South Texas. I'm a junior, and I wanted to say thank you to all my coaches, of course, my parents and my classmates and everyone who supported me watching the live stream.
Senator Donaldson?
Hi, everyone. I'm Emily. I go to Durham Academy in North Carolina, and next year I will be attending UNC Chapel Hill. I just wanted to say that even though I'd love to debate with everyone in person, I do think online can create great opportunities for starting inclusivity. So I think we should embrace it as an activity. And Congress is a wild journey, but it's worth it in the end. So I encourage everyone to keep doing it. Thank you.
Thank you guys so much. So that judge didn't like that I bought us a little bit of time and bumped things up. So I'm gonna go see what I can do to nudge them along. All right. I missed somebody. Who did I miss? I'm so sorry. That's all right. You got somebody who I got inundated with 12 text messages saying I forgot you. So you've got people. So let's do this again. So Senator Farage, right? Is that correct?
Yeah, my name is Sarah. So it's like Sarah, but it's a little more confusing, just for fun. I'm from Sacramento, California, and I go to the same school as Rohit, John F. Kennedy High School. So thank you to our coach and, well, all of our coaches and, team and friends and family. So
thank you.
I'm a
And
junior, so I'm
you'll
not graduating.
forgive me. Sorry.
No worries.
I was trying to read from the side of the screen, but your names all keep moving. So, all right. So we're getting those ballots in. They'll be there in a second.
So how's everyone doing?
I saw Ed.
It's a very awkward silence in this room.
I think it's because we're being live streamed, which makes communication a little.
Everyone.
Hi, everyone. If you're live streaming, you should just text all of us so we know you're watching, and we'll include you in the conversation.
You can have shout outs. The good news is all the ballots are in. So we're going to do a quick audit and it should be like 5 minutes or less.
Hi, Neon. I got our first text, guys. People were watching.
Me too.
I can also confirm.
Yeah.
We will know when we've made progress because Mr. Burlap will pop up at the bottom of the screen.
So everyone asking for shout outs, no, we will not shout you out.
Guys, I've gotten like 10 texts already. This is pretty big.
Yeah, there's been something like 5. Oh, I have to go back and look at the statistics, but something like 1,000 rounds broadcast this weekend that people were able to watch. So
Shout out to my other school, Joe's Preparatory, though.
All my friends just keep asking me if I'm okay. All good.
no, they're all really mad that you got left off. So they're gonna be like death threats in my inbox soon. That's just the way that's gonna work. Or angry notes. We're not that aggressive. Okay, so we're just doing a final rank check because we want to make sure that it's all accurate, but it looks like we are like less than 60 seconds away, maybe. If I keep telling you that, maybe it'll be true.
It's true.
Oh, yay!
I just wanted to make sure that everything came through well. Those who've worked with me know how obsessive I am about numbers and things. So, first off, congratulations for being part of the 2020 Tournament of Champions in Congressional Debate. Both, even if we were in person, it would still be the same thing. I have to say, the University of Kentucky has been an incredible partner in this endeavor. When they first announced that it was going to go virtual, nobody was sure what this would look like or how it would be. Even the university, the TOC leadership thought, policy we can see, LD definitely, speech, how are we going to do Congress? And it is a testament to the community. It's a testament to you as competitors, your coaches, the judges, that not only have we pulled this off, and not only has this been just an incredible tournament, but the TOC leadership has privately told me that if they had to have one event that they were going to take and show to administrators to show them what an online debate would be like, it would be congressional debate. So thank you, and you've done an amazing job. As always, thank you to the University of Kentucky debate team, Dave Arnett, Lincoln, Garrett, and then Adrian Brevero from Mary Williams for their leadership in the TOC. Of course, we would not be here without Dr. J.W. Patterson and his idea 48, 49, 50 years ago, something like that, to bring the best debate competitors together. Pritton Shaw, with all of the technological stuff this weekend. He, his staff, and the rest of the UK group have been absolutely amazing. And of course, Adam Jacoby, new member of the Hall of Distinguished Service, for all of his efforts in getting this tournament live streamed. Not only is it live streamed, but all of the videos that were created this weekend, from prelims through finals, are going to be archived and will be used as instructional materials, both to show what congressional debate is, but also as we head into the summer and a couple of tournaments we have at that point, what an online congressional debate could be. Some of the practices that you have created this weekend and come up with on the fly, I think will wind up being the best practices in the event going forward. So thank you. Could not do this without the tabulation staff at this tournament. You can never do anything in a vacuum, and I could not have asked for a more wonderful, calm, chill, awesome presence this weekend than Josh Swartzel, Ursula Gruber, and of course, Hall of Distinguished Service recipient, Dr. Alexandra Senser. And on a personal note, even though I don't normally go, emotional and all of that, thank you so much for everything that you really have done over the years in terms of leadership in the activity. And also thank you for putting up with me and everything, because it is because of you that this tournament and this event has really grown into what it has become today. So thank you very much. And of course, all of your competitors, the judges who gave of their time. We have had judges from all over the globe this weekend, and that is just something incredibly awesome. As Dr. Senser said, if you are a senior who next year won't really be competing or judging or affiliated with the team, please, please, please think about being part of our Board of Legislative Drafters, toclegislation@gmail.com. What we debate here comes from the ideas that you are able to create, and a vibrant tournament relies on its legislation. But now what you're really interested in. Here's how we're going to do this. And I give credit to Mr. Jacoby for this particular idea. I'm going to start with the presiding officers. And so if all of the other competitors could close down their cameras except for the 3 presiding officers, and then I will call your name. And when I call your name, smile, wave, virtual applause, and then close down your camera so that at the end we just have the champion. Tournament of Champions 2020 presiding officers. In 3rd place, from Alif Kur High School, Syed Fatmi. In 2nd place, from American Heritage Plantation, Aryan Ranjan. And your 2020 Tournament of Excellence champion in presiding the chamber, from Thomas Jefferson High School of Science and Technology, Manu Antiru. Congratulations.
Thank you.
At this time, if I could have the 12 final round speakers unmute your cameras. All right, just counting to make sure we have everybody. Okay. In 12th place, from Durham Academy, Emily Donaldson. In 11th place, from Bel Air, Rachel Pontes. In 10th place, from Adlai East Stevenson High School, Alex Joe. In 9th place, from Naperville Central, William Ma. In 8th place, from the Bronx High School of Science, Arjun Mazumdar. In 7th place, from John F. Kennedy High School, Sarah Faraj. In 6th place, from Harker, Andrew Sun. In 5th place, from American Heritage Plantation, Christian Rodriguez. In 4th place, from Doherty Valley High School, Arshia Mehta. In 3rd place, from the Potomac School, Kaitlyn Maher. Your 2020 TOC runner-up, from WB Ray, Genevieve Cox. And your 2020 Tournament of Champions Congressional Debate Champion, from John F. Kennedy, Rohit Jawar. Congratulations, everyone. Those of you who are attending the NSDA Nationals, I will definitely see you there. I would say be safe in your travels home, but hopefully for most of you, that's just a walk down the hall. Again, awesome tournament. Ballots will be published probably end of the day, and the TOC will be in touch about how to get things to you. Thank you very much, and congratulations. This closes down this year's congressional tournament.